Yes. Yes. Oh no! Pro streamer. Pro streamer. Gotta always forget something, don't I? Let's go. Let's go. It is early Monday morning. Good evening, Rhino. Good evening, Slash. Good evening, anyone else who might be out there. Um, the night is done. And it is time to collect a little bit more data. I'll grab a little bit more ammo just in case. And I noticed that if you've got ammo stored in your core armor and your leg armor, it doesn't automatically refresh it from there. It only works if it's in your backpack. So tonight, back collecting some more data for the CFP. I'm sort of 50-50 with these missions, whether they work or not. This one, we've got trying to locate a CFP agent. Obviously, they're going to be deceased. And these ones, like I said, 50-50 whether they work or not. The ones where you've got to go and kill like a headhunter agent and then take the data pad from them, those seem to work perfectly fine. But we're here. Let's jump in. We're here on Hurston. Yeah, I forgot to stream for 4 months. We've done a number of streams in the last week. I did one earlier today, actually, just before work. A short one. I think it was only an hour and a half or something. Did a couple last weekend. Didn't get a chance this weekend, sadly. But we're making up for that tonight. You can also change all the mags from all your pockets. Interesting. I'm not able to do that. Or at least not with this suit of armor. Let's go. I'm absolutely loving this dragonfly right now. The fact that it can carry 2 people as well. Could have a couple of dragonflies in here and have quite a nice assault squad to move in. Uber Smith, my friend, how are you? You haven't been able to try this patch at all because work is stupid right now? Yeah, I feel that. Oh boy. Auto reverse. Wish they'd stop doing time limited events, especially when they never work when release. Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to do this one. Yeah, the dragonfly is really nice. I've tried the pulse out as well. I haven't had any crashes into anything or, having said that, we're going to crash immediately any minute now, but I tried the pulse out. Far more of a fan of the dragonfly simply because it's more stable being a quad bike. Took a hit while they were trying to shoot at my ship. Are they shooting at my ship? They're trying to. I'm quite a distance out. Uh-oh. I reckon given that the terrain is fairly flat, they're probably making some reasonable contact with my ship. Bounce over these rocks, please. Not into that one. Yeah. Having a good go at it, aren't they? Amazing. Turrets are more dangerous than they used to be. They can get quite a distance. Yeah, exactly. That was quite a distance out. We were 4Ks out. How was work? It was good. Nice and quiet. Sunday's always a quiet night. Nice and easy. Your Og went to SPK and the turrets took down the Idris in 15 seconds. Yeah, the turrets are pretty deadly. But I didn't think they'd be shooting 4Ks out. Come on, revive me in the bed so I can move the ship. I thought 4Ks would be a reasonable distance, but obviously not. And now we have no freaking dragonfly and potentially soon no ship. They shot the dragonfly? No, I flew into their fire. Oh yeah, we got no. Oh yeah, we got shields. I flew into their fire, and then I crashed into a rock, and then I crashed into the ship.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Is my alerts turned off? They shouldn't be. But I noticed that the game audio is turned off. That's better. So we shall need to retrieve another dragonfly at some stage. But that's interesting to know that these turrets will shoot at quite a distance out, so... Oh, God! Let's go, Crouchy! So we'll hand this one in, and then we'll retrieve a new dragonfly. Maybe 2 of them. That should be alright. We're 1K out, hey? Oh, what I should have done is picked up the ammo out of my backpack. I think it was more important to move the ship. So we can always retrieve more ammo. A locker over here. I hope everyone has had a wonderful weekend. I had a very relaxed weekend. As I explained earlier today, I've been so exhausted. I don't really know why. Far more exhausted than usual. I didn't really do a great deal of anything. Just slept a lot. And potted about. Alright, that'll do. I guess we go in on foot. See if we can get this locate missing persons contract to work. The new computer seems to be running well, Calypsia. That is very good to hear. Need backup vehicles. Been high on paint fumes most of the weekend, Slash. I do need to get back to some tabletop hobby stuff. It's been a couple of weeks since I've done anything. So I'm overdue Okay, so you can see here, for example, right? I've got my AO3 out. I've got 15 bullets in the magazine and 30. Right, so I've probably got... who knows where that extra 30 is coming from? Maybe it's on my belt. Yeah, there it is. So I might have two on my belt. If I put these in my backpack and we cycle our weapons... interesting. Do I have... This is P8 ammo. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay, that's alright. We're very close. We're very close. Let's go change that. I've slowly been collecting different sorts of ammo. Well, actually, in the last bunker, I collected a little bit of ammo for different sorts of guns. Just in case I do run out of ammo and, you know, I need some sort of weaponry. Need to sort out some sort of extraction for your airbrush. Yeah, me too. Me too. Just got to plug it all back in. But yeah, having a proper spray booth with proper extraction for your airbrush really makes a massive difference. Right, back to the upper deck. Swap out this P8 for some AO3 ammo. Because I lost my P8 in a weird inventory glitch. Took it off of my backpack to put in the backpack while I was moving things around. But the putting it into my backpack didn't seem to register. Why do I not have any 3 ammo? It's interesting. Now we do searching the cupboards. Yeah, I think I should be able to put 12 of these. Now we can do this again. I didn't crash the first time. We could have already had this mission completed. But like somebody said in the chat clips, your typical crouch. That's right, we've got our spawn point set aboard the ship. I've got a couple of canisters of med gel. So I think what I might do is if we take any tier 3 injuries, I'll use the bed to fix those injuries before I top it up with med gel. Because I'm not 100% sure how the med gel works, but I think it just refills the bed completely. So if the bed's at 0 med gel and you feed a cartridge into it, does it top it back up to 200? I don't know. Man, we could have gone one more hill over and got even closer. Maybe we should go back. We would have taken shots coming over the rise to come and land in this little crevice here, and no doubt have been destroyed. We could have even gone into this little ravine and gotten even closer. And it makes such a huge difference moving in on a hover bike. I've done... Well, I haven't completed 7 missions because sometimes they don't work, but I've approached 7 facilities now on that hover bike. That's the first one I've lost, sadly. Of course, it has to be on stream. Hey, let's go. And it just makes such a massive difference versus, you know, like a ground vehicle. Having to contend with the actual ground is troublesome in a ground vehicle. But a hover bike, obviously being able to hover, makes a fairly considerable difference. Turn this light down a little bit. And we'll go in the dark a little bit. It's just a little bit easier to see the screen, especially when it starts to get dark around dusk like this. At least for this mission we do get investigation points, the one that we did just before work, during the very short stream when we did one of these locate missing person missions, excuse me. Oh, we didn't get the investigation points, so given that we can see these ones this time, I'm fairly confident that this mission is going to work. I really am enjoying these ones, because the NPCs just keep spawning. It's pretty intense. And those freaking dogs. That flashing light over there. Well, that's the top of the facility. Right, everything's loaded, ready to go. I need to get a suppressor on this AO3, or at least pick up, maybe get a P6 or something like that, a sniper rifle that's sort of packs a bit more of a punch. Knocks people out in one go. Normally 2 dogs and 2 dudes outside. Sometimes there can be 3 dogs. And as usual, we'll grab a few weapons for the crate. And then when that's full, we'll hand it in and get ourselves a little bit of extra cash buck dollary doos. Because it just seems a terrible waste just to, leave all these guns lying around. All these guns out here. It's laying about everywhere. Might not have to worry about collecting any from inside the facility itself. My inventory seems to be doing something weird. do not like the look of this situation with my inventory. Slash. What hath happened to me inventory? We kind of need access to our inventory. If we want to collect a data pad. Oh, and I forgot to bring my tractor beam too. Any recommendations? Can a man not grab a beer without bots entering the space? It seems not. They knew you were gone, Slash. Oh dear. I'm hoping it's going to be this first investigation point right here. That'd be... Of course it's not going to be. Chunky business. And they're just tractor beaming all these bodies out and looting all the armor. Inventory working? It's not. We might have a problem. We might have a problem. shit, we're getting flanked. Oh boy. Can we get some actual ammo? What's going on? Of course, can't access my inventory. Oh no, maybe that's why I can't get ammo, because my inventory is not accessible. That's a small problem. That's more than a small problem. It's a freaking game. Hey, let's go. Looks like we got a big problem. I'd try and put this in my backpack. It's not well, it doesn't have any ammo, so it's kind of a point anyway. Well, we can't continue this without ammunition. The days of karate chopping are over. The server's always screwed on the weekend, hey Rhino? I don't know, it didn't have any trouble last week. Can't wait to get into Star Citizen sometime today and set up all your controls again, Calypsia. I'm sure that's going to be a wonderful experience and well worth the time. Well worth the time. Okay, we can't reload and we can't get any actual ammo. All right. We has a problem. That's a bummer. It's a massive bummer. Because the enemies outside here will have respawned, so will the doggies. And I didn't recharge the med bed. Don't have a pistol or anything with me. We've got 2 rounds. We can take care of this dude. That's it. Oh, we've reloaded 2 more rounds. inventory is still not working. Okay, so now we've got to try and figure out how we fight the dogs. That'll help. With those on my belt. Should be able to reload those ones. What else is on my belt that I can get rid of? Stand up. Man, those guys have a nasty, nasty bite. Oh, I'm on foot on the way back too, because I don't have a bike. Okay. Got a working inventory. A, I can't reload, and B, we won't be able to get the data pad anyway. Okay, so this this time the locate missing person contract actually worked, but Star Citizen itself let me down. You know what I'd love to have? Like, I've got a couple of different head torches and they've got different light patterns, right? You can either have like a spotlight or a floodlight that, you know, the spotlight's just like this, it creates a spot. But the floodlight just brightens the whole area up. It'd be very nice to have like a floodlight, like a diffused light that lights up, you know, everything in front of you rather than this sort of, you know, Amazon LED torch sort of effect. So a spotlight lights a spot and the floodlights flood an area with light. Who knew? Well, you know, maybe not everybody. Maybe not everybody. That's why I had to explain. Maybe not everybody knew that. I wonder, when I get back to the ship, we'll head on out. And then I'll log off. It might make sense to region hop as well. Because if it's a server issue rather than a client issue, then if I just log back onto the same server, we're going to have the same problem, Slash. Who knew? Oh, let's go. No shade. Need it. You still can't log in, Slash. Wasn't that fixed with the patch from 2 days ago or 3 days ago? I swear I saw that in the patch notes that they'd fixed the problem with people having that 4023 error or whatever it was. Or 1023. Pretty sure I saw it in the patch notes. Just tried. Wow. Sad news. COG keeping the riff out. Alright, we'll get back to the ship and then my inventory will all of a sudden start working. And then I'll run all the way back and it will stop working. Upper deck, let's go. Not mean to webs. Maybe the route to the server. It's definitely the game. Definitely the game being stupid. While we're here, let's equip this tractor bit. Just in case we get into drama. Let's equip gun. Check one of its lockers. I don't think we can log off in hostile territory. Pending moves, 13. A fairly considerable delay. Processing 487 inventory updates. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not going to work. Server FPS is only around 12. You can see, what does that say? I can see it be the route, that's the issue. Get on with the VPN. Then you have to deal with a high ping. Welcome to gaming in Australia, mate. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about the high ping. Makes very little difference. Game's not really that optimized. I'm sometimes playing with like a ping of 700 or so. It is unless you lack skills to notice. Let's get out of here. Is that rear door open? Let's close that up. The ultra epic. Can worry about high ping after worrying about getting more than 60 to 80 FPS consistently. Good luck with that. Some lights on. creep out of here in the tack that's so incredibly quick. I really can't believe that the ship is this slow. Like a ship that's supposed to be like a drop ship. It is incredibly slow. Even in nav mode, it's incredibly slow. Welcome, by the way, the Ultra Epic. I hope you're well. Thank you for joining us on the old Twitcheroo. Mr. Acorn, how are you? How's Outer Worlds been? And that's a bummer. This is what makes this event. Well, it's every event that CIG runs. You're good? Well, that's wonderful to hear. How about myself? I'm well. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I've finished work. We're chilling out now for a couple of hours. Well, it's time to get my daughter up and get her ready for school, and then I shall go to bed. ...143 meters a second. This ship does not like to keep its attitude above 25 degrees. You win a giant Idris battle this afternoon? Can you get giant Idris, can you? Are they bigger than the normal Idris? Because that's what the word giant implies. That would be sick. I'd love like a Bengal size Idris. No, it was an Idris battle and it was giant. That's what I said, the Idris was giant. Or do you mean the battle was giant? Of course I know what you mean. Being facetious. Oh my word, this ship, I love it, but it's just so painfully slow. Seeing our attitudes drop back to 15 degrees again. It really doesn't like having a pitch up attitude at all. So we'll boost that to 35 degrees. And it will just slowly drop. Guess who's getting balls on face next time they need a med pen? Don't need med pens anymore, buddy. I got my tack. It's med bed. Reminds me I need to recharge the med bed because both of them at this point don't have the ability to revive me. 85 degrees or don't bother. 85 degrees in a tackle, you'd be going backwards. It'd be going 40 meters a second. Let's try it. I mean, we're quite high now, but... Let's see. So at 60... See, now we're getting out of the atmosphere. We're getting higher. Alright, let's bounce out to aerial for a little bit. Yeah, the Reclaimer is way faster than the frickin' TAC, man. Way faster. I reckon the TAC's got to be the slowest ship in the game. Oh, that's my scene frozen, has it? Oh, it has. Let me refresh that. It does that sometimes. This experience feels like flying out of Horizon a couple of years ago. It's so painfully slow. Alright, so we'll jump up, we'll do one last check of the inventory, which I'm pretty sure is not going to work. Alright, it's time for a good old bed log. I'm going to try in the armor, we'll see. This heavy armor is notoriously bad for trying to log out in. It's very difficult to see or get access to the prompts because of the cuff, like the gorget thing. It's not the one we want, that's the one. Okay. Alright, well that wasn't too difficult. Alright. I think I will change regions just to be sure. Persistent reflector. Alright, let's see how the inventory works on persistent reflector. What have we? Almost an hour and we haven't been able to complete a single mission. Oh, the armor shouldn't cover prompts anymore? Oh, well, that's good to know. Certainly didn't seem to cover it at that time. Oh, goodness me. 50 minutes in, and we haven't been able to complete a mission yet. Come on, Star Citizen. Be better. Alright, let's go. Is our inventory working? Hey! Alright, let's go empty out the few guns that we did manage to get. To our box of guns. So I put guns in all the drop pod seats now. AO3's on this side, P4's on the other. Then we've got the whole weapon rack upstairs as well. It's interesting down here in these drop seats, right? You can put an AO3 in this rifle rack, but in the weapon rack upstairs, you need to put the AO3 in like the big weapon slot. It doesn't actually fit in the long arm slot, which is a bit interesting. Oh yes, we need to pick ourselves up a new Dragonfly too. So what we might do, we'll head down to Edmund or somewhere like that. Outpost with a vehicle pad. Grab ourselves a couple of dragonflies. We have access to 2, so might as well get 2. Let's see if we can get an actual mission to work. Oh. True.
Yes, Commander?
Set a course for Edmund. Something else. Set a course for Hurston.
The star map is being updated, sir.
And whilst we're here, we might as well teach Atreyu how to get to Edmund or something. Stosted spelled HDMS. add in. Set a course for Edmund.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Night time, hey? There were like 7 Idris, you think, in that battle, and a couple of Polaris. Wow, sounds epic. Were there any fighters involved? Little mosquitoes buzzing about? Surely. Surely. Just flying around being a nuisance. Oh, goodness me. Some fighters, some of your Idrises got boarded. That's so cool. That does sound like a giant battle. Lighting in this game does the weirdest things. Okay. Regular programming. Be cool if an ultra powerful headlight got developed so you could actually see the planet's surface when it's dark. Now this has come up so many times now. And I mean, they've mentioned it a few times on, you know, either Star Citizen Live or Inside Star Citizen about there not being the resources available to have really powerful lights. I'd be quite happy with a freaking helmet that had like a night vision and then landing lights that lit up 360 degrees around you so that when you were coming into land you could actually see what you were landing on. I'm gonna have to reinstall Reshape, for sure. Just makes sense until we can get, you know, night vision or LiDAR or something like that. Just makes sense to have it. Maybe while we're here, we'll do a little bit of a loot run around. Speaking of looting, I'm not 100% sure what to do with the Life Uncharted. Argo now owns a raft, and I did post up on Discord saying that, you know, I got the new raft, kitted it out with all the Hurston plasma or laser or energy weapons, I guess they are. And his armor and his clothing and all that sort of stuff. Took off, went off to make a cup of coffee, ended up talking with my wife for a little while. And then just as I sat back down, it timed out and I logged back in, but no quantum marker for the ship, lost all of that stuff. But the fact that the game has changed so much, there's a lot of work that I need to do to update the system. And the fact that, you know, the raft really is only capable of pretty much doing box, you know, hauling. Funny enough. It doesn't really leave much opportunity for the mission system. Obviously we can flatter bunkers and do bunkers and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, I can't put any vehicles inside. I don't think Argo actually owns any vehicles at the moment anyway. Is he just going to do boxes forever, or does he have greater aspirations? Let's get out of this rain. Well, at this point, I think he's just glad to actually have a job and be able to be a bit more independent, so to speak. Oh, look, let's take all of this armor. The looting.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Because we can't eat it.
Quest? I'm already on a quest.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know what I'm going to do with the Life Uncharted rule set as it is, and as Rano says, it's all going to change next month again. And with the rapid releases of patches, I think I need to reconceptualize how I go about making that system.
Welcome
because
to the ASOP
I really did enjoy the couple of sessions that we had on my Curtis Crouch account. I don't know how many we did, 5 or 6. They were a lot of fun. I was very happy with how the system worked. Mr. Sexy Potat, my friend, how are you?
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Right, let's
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following
get ourselves one of
again.
these motor vehicles. How can it be raining inside the airlock? Come on, CIG. Freaking be better. Do love the rain. It doesn't make sense for it to be raining inside an airlock. Just about to say, is this motorcycle facing the wrong way? The answer is no. I got onto the passenger seat. Crouch, could you show off your Life Uncharted program for a minute? If my friend shows up? Sure. Alright, let's go put this one away. No crashy. Does this have an SCM mode and a nav mode? No shields, hey? What is going on here? I haven't parked this fantastically well. Usually because I couldn't see what I was doing. Of course, I can't use a tractor beam either, can I? I use it in my ship. He goes now where Crouch just yappers about his Uncharted sheets. I can't even use my tractor beam inside my own ship. Okay, so I guess we can put 2 of them in here. Might as well, I've got 2 of them, might as well put both in. Pushed into the wall, good idea. Boat up onto the roof for a moment. Rushing back down. Your friend's busy anyway, Acorn? It's such a good set. I really enjoyed making it, but it's rapidly become out of date. I guess the biggest thing is just the number of locations that have been added. And if we do get to the point where they just keep adding new locations in each patch as well, then it's going to become quite troublesome to manually update. And I don't have the skills to be able to be pulling locations out of the data files and stuff like that. Yeah, AC added 120 locations. Yeah, exactly. Let's get this one delivered. I should do some updates about the Life Uncharted system, though. If you made it open source, people would try it, I reckon. Well,
please visit us again.
The problem is, because it's so manually developed, it's basically just a spreadsheet, right? Anyone can access it. It is available for anyone to access. I don't think the scripts and stuff like that have, well, I know that the scripts haven't been deployed. So I guess if I made a deployable version of the sheet. Oh goodness! Exactly what we did last time. I don't know what mode I'm in. It tells me. Need to go slower than you are mode. Go slower than you're going mode. Alright, let's drop off this stuff. You'd love to play a bit more hardcore? You hate that you're addicted to that, Idris? Let's drop these things off and we'll go have a bit of a wander around. Actually, I'm really tempted to play a little bit of Life Uncharted. Maybe I'll log in Argo's account and we'll nap about around for a little bit. Given that, don't close the door. And have a little bit of a play with it. Okay, fine. Do it from inside and quickly run out. Oh! Oh, yes! Freedom! Freedom! It's called speed limiter. I need to set up the speed limiter. Yeah, it's something I've never done. Go see how long it can last at SPK. I've never been to SPK, and I have no intentions of going there. I'm still salty that they took away the ability to clear a crime stat at any of the security facilities. Now when I get a crime stat, I just go to jail and log off. I can't even be bothered. Yeah, crime stat at bunkers was so great. Especially now that the NPCs are on fire. The Royal Magus, how are you, my friend? Now that the NPCs are on fire, they could totally bring that back. Especially with these new bunkers where the NPCs just continually respawn and there's freaking dogs and stuff in there all the time. And, you know, add another level, add like a third level to the security bunkers so that you've got to go down like 3 levels deep. That would make it way more of a challenge. Exotic Jazz, you're 69 minutes late. Honestly, you haven't really missed a great deal. The Star Citizen, it takes 69 minutes just to get things going. Oh, maybe that's just a crouch situation. It's probably just a crouch situation. It did create good PvP opportunities. Yeah, I really... Now getting a crime stat to me is kind of irrelevant. Because like I said, as soon as I get a crime stat, I just, you know, I go to prison, I wake up, and then I log off. I just make sure that I wake up just to get the timer going, because you never really know. And I just log off. Go do something else. Whereas before, if I got a crime stat, then I'd be like, yes! It's a freaking mission! And I can't be bothered with bloody SPK and trying to sneak in there and all of that ridiculous nonsense. Bringing down comma rays and all that sort of stuff. With the bunkers the way they are right now, that's enough of a challenge, I reckon, to make things really interesting. Is the third building working now? Who knows? The ground missions, it usually takes me half an hour because I need to fit a ground vehicle into the Apollo. And I'm loving the hover bikes right now. They were at a point where they were just deadly, instantly deadly. But yeah, I mean, if you don't crash it into your own ship, the Drake Dragonfly's been really, really good. Really been enjoying it. Comma rays are broken, are they? They've been broken for a while. Back up to the upper deck. PvP bounties are always visible, trackable in the current state, which makes it impossible to sneak into SPK by dropping comms. The lack of speed limiter controls explains so much about everything you do, Grouch. I never used the speed limiter. Never once. In however many years I've been playing Star Citizen, I don't even know what the keybind for it is. Wonder his landings are so violent. Nothing wrong with my landings, man. My landings are brilliant. You've been rocking the poles, have you, Jazz? Just because it snugly fits the Apollo's airlock and ramp. Geo also fits between there, so it's great for mining trips when you're worried about blowing yourself up. All right. Let's see if we can get a mission done. Otherwise, I am tempted to log on to Argo's account and play around with the Life Uncharted a little bit. I think by default it's Alt Scroll. Used to be just Scroll Wheel, but some intern wanted to fuck everything up. You've rebound yours to the Scroll Wheel, have you, Rhino? It's probably a good idea. Alright, let's have a look. CFP. So this is a missing person one. A CFP member named Kazozi Destin vanished. Okay. Okay, so this one here, Frontier Fighters have adjusted their operating procedures instead of sending comms between high rank. So this is the one we've got to kill this dude. At HDRSOPS. Yeah, the assassination ones are much more reliable. Yeah. A new Life Uncharted quest. Someone needs you to skinner your Mandy for a new pair of snakeskin boots. Alright, let's see if we can do this one. Spend 15 minutes getting out of the atmosphere first.
Thanks for lending a hand. Citizens for Prosperity truly appreciate your help and support.
Alright, so what are we? We're at 70 degrees and we're going 64, 5, 68 meters per second. Activate some cruise control. $75 meters. We're flying! Have I done any more of the ASD missions? I have not. I've been... I know I'm in SCM. If I change to nav, it's not going to be much better. I have not. I've been holding off so that I can do them, you know, on the stream. See, nav mode hasn't made much of a difference. We're still going 80 meters a second. Oh, 80, what? 82 now. We're flying. We're flying. Well, we are flying. But, Motherfig, how are you, my friend? I swear we're going slower than a reclaimer. If only you had an afterburner. I know, I don't think you get them on the TAC. Yeah, I think I'll do this mission. Why do I refuse to boost? Don't tell me how to game, man. Don't tell me how to game. Play the game my way. Alright, let's go. Oh, you did see me earlier, Motherfig, but no talkie-talkie. Alright, it might be daytime. It might be daytime. What a treat. What a treat. Yeah, I think I'll do this mission and then I think I might log on to Argo's account and mess around with the Life Uncharted for a little bit. It's not daytime. Boosting causes unneeded wear and tear on engines. Maybe when we get engineering in, right? We're going to have to be thinking about all that sort of stuff. Can't just be boosting around everywhere, otherwise, yes. Excuse me. Oh, boy. Because otherwise, yes, you might need to be thinking about higher maintenance costs. Why must it always be nighttime? I mean, it's not always night. It's like 90% of the time. I get missions in the darkness. What about me? It isn't fair. Alright, so I guess we still do need to park behind a hill. We can't just park sort of 4 or 5 k's out because turrets have a reasonable range. Settle down there, Shannon. Shannon, no. Right, let's get ourselves. There's quite a few ships around, isn't there? Bunkers are deadly. Got a hide behind it here. We might as well get a little bit closer. That's when I crash into the ground. Oh. Obviously the bunker was on top of the hill, not in the little valley like they normally are. So we don't have enough med gel on the tack to revive there. We've lost it. We've lost the tack. We lost our box of goodies, our guns. They're gone. The 2 dragonflies we just got. No! You had your clock go back at 3 a.m. Pissed. Turned into shit. Now it's 4:20 p.m. and I need more beer. Yeah, so I didn't. Well, obviously we can't revive on the tack anyway because it's just been destroyed. So we'll let this guy revive. Great stream, everyone. It's always a great stream. Always a great stream. Might change the title of the stream. You just respawn in the wreckage. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think I'll be able to anyway, because the med beds don't have enough med gel. Right, we'll update the stream name. I think I can also update it on YouTube. Yeah, next time when Crouch will load up vehicles into his ship and crash it again. Very true. You know, will there be some way edit the title and description? Yeah. Although I don't think I can change the title. The cover image on the old YouTubers. Doesn't look like it. Ah, stuffs it. It's the wrong button. Hey Crouch, I'm in bed now. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about logging into Argo's account, playing about with a Life Uncharted a little. Glad you saw the fail, Motherpig. Yeah, I really thought that the facility was, because normally they're sort of like inside a horseshoe, but this one was obviously up on the hill and could still obviously see me. Right, let's get... Preferred ICU is unavailable. Alrighty. I was overdue for a good getting fucked up by the turrets. It's true. I've been to quite a few of those facilities now, but sadly because the event doesn't really work 100% of the time, I haven't really been able to do 100% of those facilities that I've been to, which has been a bit disappointing. You cannot Star Citizen at the moment, Motherfig. You need to build. What are you building? What are you building? Alrighty. Out of that. Space stations in Elite Dangerous, hey? Amelia takes out a 50 million kilometer restraining order on Argo. They're still quite cordial with each other. I think Amelia still does like him, but she's just, he's such a buffoon that she's really not interested in, a relationship with him. But I don't think she wishes him any ill will.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower
hey?
alert, sir.
Uh-oh.
Cloud_aka_Jester is now following on Twitch. Welcome
Mr.
to
Cloud,
After Dark.
aka Jester. How are you, my friend? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. You've got a few systems now. It's addictive. Yeah, I'm sure building. Building is always. Any game that involves building bases and all that sort of stuff. Argo Shiv when. Fascinated perihelion, hey? Argo needs to go to Pyro, though. There's a lot of adventure to be had. You're very curious about Star Citizen. You've never really seen or played it, obviously. You're in the wrong place for informed gameplay, my friend. We're about to get into some nonsense with my custom rule set called a Life Uncharted. It's a glorified spreadsheet that dictates how I play the game. It's fun. It's a fun game. It's still very much in development. It's full of quirks and bugs and issues and problems. But if you can not take things too seriously, like the crash that I just had in my ship, we just lost everything that I put aboard the ship, then it can be quite fun. Righto. Crouch will show you how not to play the game. Here we go, everyone. Alright, let's the Ginger King. Everyone's favourite bogan. Look at that mullet. It's glorious. Let's get some clothing on, because who runs around in armour? That's just nonsense talk. Look at him. Look at him. Look how splendid he looks. Mr. Argo Hurston. All pimped out in his Hurston Dynamics garb. What a legend. Get your lines. It's the Ginger King. Everyone's favourite bogan, Mr. Argo Hurston. Alright, so it's time to mess about with a Life Uncharted version 2. You don't take anything too serious just because you're too old to give a crap? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Alright, let's have a quick look. Life Uncharted. So some of the stuff in here is not working anymore. We do need to clear the activity log. Let's just mark all of these as abandoned. Let's I might just, so this is a copy of Curtis's sheet for Life Uncharted. So all the locations that have been discovered so far are all the ones that Curtis has discovered, not the ones that Argo has discovered. But I think we just might rock with it and keep it the same. Alright, so we have no activity logs. We need to log some expenses, mortgage repayments. Lorville, he's still paying his expenses. So we need to log that in there. What else do we need to put in? We need to add, not an insurance, oh yeah, we need to add an excess for insurance. So these are all things that I think the game should have that the game doesn't have. Money sinks. Actually, no, that's to claim a ship. Mortgage. We don't need to rent a habitation facility here because we own one. Rentals. Where are the insurance? Why is there just insurance excess here? I think. Okay. So we're here at Lorville with Mr. Argo Hurston. He's got a small hangar. And we do have access to Cutter Rambler, the good old Archie bunker. But we go back out to the ASOP. He does now actually have access to a raft. Now at this point we can't just pick up the Moby Glass whenever we want. Obviously with the Life Uncharted we have all of these restrictions on how we play the game, which makes it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more exciting. The first thing we need to do is go check out and see if there's any missions available for us to do around the place. It's one thing I really don't like about Star Citizen is just opening up the Moby Glass and, you know, I want there to be a Moby Glass and digital contracts and be able to pick up contracts when you're out and about in the verse, but I want the majority of my gameplay to be adventure-based. You know, go to a location, look to see if there's any sort of contracts there. Let me just remind myself of where all the mission givers are. Here at Lawville. So, the hospital, New Deal, Reclamation and Disposal, the admin office, and the residence tower. Okay.
Hey.
Rather than just picking up the Moby-Glass all the time, you know, actually having to go to a destination. I like how Wicklow has now been changed. You actually got to go to, you know, Wicklow's Emporium to go pick up contracts from him. And I know not a lot of, you know, a lot of people just want to be able to open up their Moby-Glass and, you know, accept a contract. All right. Hello, my good man. Goodbye. What are you talking about? I'm freaking Argo Hurston, man. Telling me to say goodbye. What are you talking about, buddy? All right. Let's have a look in the activity log. We are at Lawville. Are there any missions available? Nothing. What is the difference between a mission and a task? I have forgotten. Missions are local activities that can be found by visiting known locations. When you visit a new location, you can decide to see if any new missions are currently available. You can only do this once per visit to that location. Oh, okay, yeah, so the missions are basically fetch and carry sort of stuff. Go on, here's the mission list. All of these missions. You got to collect all of these things and bring them back to the location, and they reward you with different sorts of guild credits and reputation points and AUEC and all that sort of stuff. So missions are basically find stuff and bring it back to me. Tasks give us access to the Moby-Glass. Right, so let's head on over. No need to be running around everywhere. That's just going to make us tired. You hate Wicklow missions with a passion, Acorn? Wicklow the Tickolo. Look at him. Look at him. Look at that mullet. I wish we could make the mullet longer. I think we need to take this hat off. Really get that business in the front really shining. Put my hat in my pocket. I can't even put my hat in my pocket. It's 320% too big to put in my pocket. Check out that bowl patch. Alright, so we'll head on over to oh, look at these people. This man down here has been killed. Is Argo beyond robbing this guy of his clothes? I think we'll leave that poor fellow alone. Yes, that's right. Bow down to the Ginger King. Bow down. Glad they haven't forgotten. You've got everything you want from Wicklow. 2 sets of armor with the corresponding guns and the monoculars. Right, all the other locations that we need to check are a tram right away, which means we need to buy a train ticket. And we'll see if we can find any tasks. Can't quite remember if you need reputation or not to be able to accept tasks. But given we're using Curtis's profile, rather than starting Argo with a new one, probably already has some reputation that he's earned here at Hurston. Oh, train.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious...
Alright, whilst we catch this train, let's bring ourselves back up to speed with the tasks. Task activities found by visiting task givers at various locations around major landing zones and space stations. Tasks will be the first activities you'll need to complete. These will start earning you AUEC credits and reputation points, which are central to unlocking new locations. Each major landing zone and space station has a list of available task givers, which you can see on the Task Givers tab. Tasks are a useful way to keep busy and earn AUEC credits and start building your reputation. However, tasks will not earn you guild credits or help increase your guild rank, which can only be done by completing missions, vital to ensuring you retain the majority of the income you earn.
Person security reserves the right to search travelers at any time.
Curtis's profile, a new ship. Argo, you've changed. You're all bougie. Look at this man. Look at that stride. That's a man with confidence.
Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry line.
The world's greatest bogan, and soon to be the world's greatest smuggler. He is the world's greatest smuggler. Hurston. Argo Hurston. Alright, let's head up to the L19 residence office and see if these guys have any tasks.
Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry line.
L19 residences, hey? Argo Hurston, the budgie smuggler. I'd love to get a pair of budgie smugglers in this game. Pair of red budgie smugglers. It's windy out here. It's windy. Game is very popular, so lots of people play it. Well, I don't know about lots of people in terms of it being sort of popular. I think it has quite a cult following, but given it's very much in development, I wouldn't say it's popular like most, AAA sort of released games. But there's always people online. I mean, we have 600 players per server at the moment. I don't know how many people are online at the moment on the server that I'm on. Alright, let's have a look. Are there any tasks available? Nothing! Nothing! Rude. But I mean, you'll always find people to play with. I mean, I've got the global chat closed right now. I don't really like to interact with the global chat. But, I mean, there's plenty of groups who play, plenty of orgs. I mean, if you look around on Twitch, you'll find different sorts of streamers that generally have some sort of org that they run that you can get involved in their gameplay. There's loads of different Discords. Everyone has their own Discord where you can hang out with other players and stuff. I haven't done any community-based gameplay for quite some time. I keep saying that I need to, that I do nothing about it. All right, Mr. Argo. Is the admin office going to give us anything? They better, damn it. Ah, shit! No! Otherwise, we'll head off somewhere else. We'll do our rounds. Do you have any tasks available for us here at Lawful? So we've got quite a few places we can visit. Thing. Get scared. Sorry, Slash. I know you're spinning your Tim Tams on those jump scares, but I'm just immune to them now, man. I'm immune. It's not your typical game. It's not. It's just a giant sandbox at this point. Yes, there's missions to do and CIG run events. They have been of late, specifically this year, quite frequently that you can get involved in, but there's not much game involved in the game, and I've spoken about this quite a few times now. That there's nothing to really chase, there's nothing to really grind towards, there's not really any proper progression in anything.
Right.
It doesn't feel like that anyway. The game is very different too when you play with a group of people or if you play solo. And if you play solo, it can be very easy, I suppose, if you're the kind of person that gets invested in what they're doing to get upset. But when you're playing in a group of people, then that in itself just creates a whole bunch of chaos and keeps things lighthearted and fun. So there's no goal. Not really. The goals are what you want them to be. I mean, you might want to buy a new ship, and so therefore you just need to grind through different sorts of missions to get the credits that you need in-game to be able to go to one of the vehicle shops and buy the vehicle that you want. But yeah, there's no in-game story or quests or anything like that. It is a very much, at this point in the game's development, do whatever you want to keep yourself entertained. Now, there's all different types of things that you can do, from ship-based combat to first-person sort of combat on foot, mining, salvaging, hauling, trading, buying and selling commodities and stuff, and there's lots of different sorts of activities you can do, but there's nothing that incentivizes you to do any of those things outside of your desire to just want to play the game. Now, any tasks available here? I think this is the last place we can check. Oh man, why is there nothing available? Nothing available. All right, so we checked reclamation and disposal. Oh, we can check the hospital. So truly it is an open sandbox in the truest sense. Yeah. Alright, we're going full speed. We're going full speed. Let's go, Argo. Let's get that little waddle on. It's a sandbox with theme park parts to it for people to do. Yeah. I'd certainly recommend, having a watch through the various videos and stuff on the Star Citizen YouTube channel. I mean, a big part of the game for a lot of people is just following the development of the game, because CIG do, they do a good job on releasing weekly, videos and information about what's happening in the game and the game's development. Nothing. There are guilds and things like that. There's what they call orgs, organizations, and there's nothing in-game to really support them at this stage. But yeah, so you can join an org in-game. Well, you have to do that via the website, via Spectrum or something like that. But there's nothing in-game to support that org gameplay. It's all pretty much, like I said before, organized on Discords. So, for example, you might want to join, Space Tomatoes org called the Interstellar Garden Initiative, or the Garden Interstellar Initiative, or whatever it is, GII, yeah. And then you just jump onto their Discord, and that's where they organize all their events and their gameplays. And the game doesn't have anything in it at this point to organize that sort of activity. CIG have shown some of that, and they showed some of it last year at their SitCon convention last year for in-game tools for social activities and all that sort of stuff, but we don't have access to any of that at this point in the game. All right, let's get out of here. There's nothing at Lawville for us to do.
Next stop, Pisa Spaceport.
We need to get access to these contracts, which according to the Life Uncharted rules, I just can't access whenever I want. You know, a normal player would just be able to open up this Mobiglass app and access their contracts and pick one of these contracts and go ahead and do it.
Now arriving.
But the Life
Pisa
Uncharted
Spaceport.
rules
Please watch your step when disembarking the
make it
train.
much more complicated, much more difficult for me just to be able to go and do these types of missions.
Now arriving from Metro Center.
But I'm interested in doing some of
Stand
these
by and let
hauling
passengers
contracts.
disembark before boarding.
Let's go!
Doors.
But because according to the Life Uncharted rules, I can't just open the Mobiglass and accept a contract whenever I want. I've got to go to different locations and find them. We need to move on because there's nothing here at Lawville for us to do. So no org tags so people in-game know who you are part of, you mean? Well, you can't see player names anyway. It's not like an MMO where people have a name tag above their head. The only way you'll see that, if I open the global chat, sometimes people will put their guild name in their player name. But yeah, at this point, there's nothing that identifies which guild you belong to. That was addressed again in SitCon last year. Yeah, it's worth checking out
Welcome to the
Star Citizen channel. Alright, let's get this raft. Take out the new raft. We need a name. We need a name for Mr. Argo Hurston's Argo Raft. Look at the carnage. People killing poor civilians, man. Well, let's head off. Alright, there she is. The Argo Raft. Alright, let's get her kitted out. Because I don't think there's going to be anything on board for us right now. And so again, because we're sort of playing hardcore mode, we need to get a few things prepared. Take this heavy set of armor. Man, I really wish I had that Hurston armor. Disappointing. Not that we kind of really need any armor for what Argo's about to get involved in, but we might as well be prepared. Take a max lift with us. Take some type of weapons with us. Because who knows what we might get involved in. I wouldn't mind. Take this P4. We suppress it. Do we have any suppressors? Do. Sights. It's ×4 scope on it. Not that I don't like a ×4 scope on this. How much does the game cost? That depends on how much you want to spend. But yes, a basic starter package is about $45, $45 US. Do I have any ammo? Of course we don't. We have no ammo. We were right near the shops. It's annoying. All right, let's get some clothing because we can't go wandering around in armor. Do we have any sustenance? Let's take some bottles of cruise with us. We'll take the P4. We'll pick up ammo when we're up at Everest Harbour. Do we have some sort of healing devices. A med gun would be good. We have no med guns. We have no med pens. All right. So we've got nothing. We got nothing. I guess we can always come back and grab some of these things if we manage to pick up a Wicklow mission. Not a Wicklow mission, a Rayari mission. Calypsia, thank you so much for hanging out. See you next time. An upgrade, Jazz, from a cutter to a raft. One ship with a cozy interior to an even cozier one. Yeah. The Argo raft with the Hurston Dynamics paint scheme on it that we got during the last event. This is a dedicated hauling freighter that I had a lot of fun using in the previous event. And Argo not being a huge, you know, not a massively brave man. It's not massively interested in a huge amount of combat. He will get involved in it if he needs to, but, you know, being able to just cruise around in a hauler is much more Argo style. All right, let's head on in. How are you, Shawnee? I hope you're well, mate. I'm very well, thank you so much. Alright, I don't think we want to go to the top deck. That's where all the engineering stuff is. Let's go to the lower deck. Doing good. You've been chilling today. Sounds lovely. Alright, no running on the ship, please. It's unnecessary. Let's put this gun away in one of these racks. Let's get this multi-tool away. Let's get this max lift out of the backpack. And we'll put that on this weapon rack. Let's go put some clothes in storage cupboard. Our clothes in this one. Our beverages and our fighting stuff.
You are fined one credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
For crashing? Nobody's crashed. Alright, let's get all of this off. We'll keep our undersuit on. Again, according to the rules, we can't fly in armor, although there's nothing to prevent you from actually flying in armor. It's a self-imposed rule. What are we doing in Star Citizen today? I'm just messing around with the Life Uncharted rules and everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Trying to find something to do. There was no missions available here at Lawville, so we're going to head up to Everest Harbour. We need to pay landing fees there. Oh yeah, that's one other thing I forgot to pay. Expenses. We needed to buy a freaking public transport ticket here at Lawville. 500 credits for a train ticket. Nonsense. Nonsense talk. Who made up these rules? Alright. Let's head on out. Get ourselves into navigation mode. Glad you caught the stream. Life Uncharted is one of your favourites. It's good fun. It's a fun way to play the game. He's a bogan, alright. It's everyone's favourite bogan. The Ginger King. Look at him. Look at him sitting in there. Look at him, there he is. Oh, camera work. Look at him. Look how happy he looks aboard his Argo raft. Argo Hurston is a free man. He's a free man. Set a course for Everest Harbour.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Sorry about the buzzing then. I forgot to mute the microphone. We're going to head up to Everest Harbour so we can buy some ammo and stuff and some med pens and a few other bits and pieces that will keep Argo alive for hopefully more than a day or two. But we'll also head up here to see if there's any tasks available. You want to do your own Life Uncharted run, but you couldn't get your hands on the V2 dock since you no longer have Discord access. Should just be able to I know. I need to make a deployable version of the spreadsheet. Because it uses a whole bunch of scripts in the background, I need to make a deployable version so that you can just take a copy of that spreadsheet and all the scripts and everything will work. I haven't done that yet. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Hooray! Where's my hangar? Alright. We'll land up here at Everest Harbour. We'll see if there's any tasks available. I think I need to build in a percentage chance each time you check. Like in many tabletop games, when you're trying to discover something, you'll discover it on a 6 or more. Like you roll a d6, and if you roll a 6, you find it. If you don't find it, then the next time you check, you need a 5+, and then a 4+, and then a 3+. So the more times you check, the greater your chances of actually being able to find something to do are. Because we checked all 5 mission givers at Lorville, and nobody had anything available. Alrighty. Here we are. Everest Harbour. Now, no one in their right mind would go running through a space station in a flight suit. So we'll get changed. Camera is doing some fun stuff. This is the one with our clothes in it. It is. Alright, let's put our undersuit in here. Changed into something more appropriate for wandering about. Let's put our jumpsuit on. Let's put our jumpsuit on. Now at this point, when I'm checking for tasks, i.e. the opportunity to access something from the Moby Glass, there's no weightage involved. Whenever we go to a mission giver or a task giver, so we're up here at Everest Harbour now, and I check if there's any tasks available. This is just determining, is something available or isn't it? And if it is available, what type of activity, i.e. Moby Glass mission, is available at this current place. There's nothing in here that weights, or that provides any sort of weight to the location that I'm checking. So for example, why did I park so far away? Why did I land so far away? So if, for example, I was in the cargo center, it doesn't kind of make sense to go to the cargo center to check to see if there's something available and then being given a mercenary mission, for example. If I'm going to the cargo center, it kind of makes sense that I'm going to the cargo center because I'm looking for a commodity contract or a hauling contract or, a salvage contract or a recovery contract or something like that. Whereas if I go to the admin office might say, hey, listen, our job board here has everything. So if I was looking for mercenary contracts or bounty hunting contracts or stuff like that, then I might want to go to the admin office. The sheet doesn't have any of that sort of built into it at the moment. It's something that I'd like to build in, So, for example, from Argo's perspective, he primarily wants to be a hauler and, you know, carrying freight and all that sort of stuff and trying to steer clear of as much combat as possible. It makes sense for me to build into the rule set some algorithms that sort of say, okay, well, if I'm here at the cargo center, so for example, rather than just having Everest Harbour as my current location, I'd select my current location and then I'd have another drop down here for the sector that I'm in. So I'm at Everest Harbour in the on the cargo deck, and then the system would then know, okay, so he's at Everest Harbour at the cargo deck. The cargo deck has an 80% higher chance of offering, you know, hauling contracts, for example. That's something that I'd like to build in, so that if
You are
do,
fined 1 credit for a violation
For
of the
what?
verbal morality statute.
he's not supposed to run. Yeah, he can run. It's not something that I'd like to do all the time, but you know, he can run around. He can run around. All right, let's check and see if there's any contracts available here. Man, nothing at the cargo deck. Where are the task givers at space station? So the cargo deck, the refinery, there is no refinery here. At the medical clinic, the admin office, and down at Easy Hab. Okay. A Life Uncharted coming to you soon after Squadron 42 Part 2 releases. It's a work in progress, man. It'll always be a work in progress. Rally. I'm just burning off these these thousands of Tim Tams I'm sitting on. All right, let's head down to the hangars and habs. We'll go down and check the medical clinic and the easy habs. So there's no specific medical gameplay at the moment, but if there was, again, I'd add weightage here. If you came to the, you know, a medical clinic, then obviously it would, you know, you'd have a higher chance of getting medical-related contracts. So we're up at Everest Harbour. Something. Yes! Oh no! And I thought we were going to get something then. This is becoming problematic. Alright, Easy Hab. Let's check for Easy Hab. So this is the sort of gameplay, you know, I've made this rule set from the perspective, a hauling contract. Yeah. We've got a hull ready for transport. Clean job if your ship can handle it. Well, the Argo raft can. Open your Moby Glass and you should see the hauling contracts available. Do I accept? Yes, I do. Contract has been accepted. The mission details will be available in your Moby Glass. A new entry is being recorded in your activity log. Lovely. Alright, so we've got a hauling contract. What type of hauling contract is it? Well, now we get to choose. Now I can use the Moby Glass to accept a contract. Right, so we got supply grade hauling contracts or small grade contracts. Now, I don't really understand, right? You've got a reclaimer full of construction material. It needs hauling to Arc L1. Ooh. Would be a possible job for Argo. I don't understand these contracts, right? So this contract, for example, wants me to collect 87 SCU of tin from Everest Harbour, which is where I am, and take it back down to Tisa Spaceport in Lawville, which we just were. And I'm going to get paid 56 grand. However, these small grade contracts, I'm going to get paid 51 grand to go to all of these different locations and haul way less freight. Let's take this 50k contract. It's very, very similar payout, right? But all I need to do is move 11 SCU. Moo Masher, my friend, how are you? Yes, but the rep. Okay, so does the rep make a difference, does it? The rep makes a difference. Let's have a look at reputation for Kovalex. Are these contracts for Kovalex? Yep. Always take missions of your rep level. So what's my rep level? Junior. So what are the junior contracts? Because it doesn't say here which one of these is a junior grade contract. So these are rookie contracts. Okay, rookie contracts. Okay, here's junior contract, junior contract, junior contract. So we could do this one, right? Let's just do this one. It's going to pay us 56k. We need to collect waste from the Kovalex Distribution Center and take it up to Everest Harbor. We could do this one. We're going from Everest Harbor down to Tisa Spaceport, 87 SCU. Let's accept that. It's where we are, so we can pick up some freight. Let's see what else is available. Oh, well, see, now this is the thing, right? Can I accept multiple contracts? Because here, right, so let's put this in. What have we accepted? This is going to pay us 56 grand. All right, so in our spreadsheet, we're going to get paid AUEC 56 grand. We're going to earn 6 reputation points, but we're not going to earn any guild credits. So Argo's going to have to, he's going to lose 60% of this payment to the guilds until he can rank up. Where's our player profile? Guild reputation, the Hauling Guild. So we're still an initiate. We're getting a 60-40 split, right? The guild's taking 60%, we're getting 40. So until I can start leveling up my guild reputation, you know, we're going to be losing a fair chunk of money. And we don't earn any guild rep when we're doing Moby Glass contracts. We only earn guild rep when we're doing regular sorts of missions. Yeah, so Moo Masher, we're playing with my ridiculous Life Uncharted hardcore mode, play by spreadsheet sort of rules, which are designed to make the game more challenging, more interesting, and more how I would like to see a version 1 of the game being played. So, for example, I can't just open up the Moby Glass whenever I want. We've just traveled all around Lawville to all the different mission givers. Nobody had anything. We flew up here to Everest Harbor. We checked up at the cargo deck. They didn't have anything. We checked in the medical clinic. They didn't have anything available. We checked at the Easy Habs, and they gave us this hauling contract, which then meant I could then access the Moby Glass to pick a hauling contract. So coming back to my question is, now that I've gotten here, according to this ridiculous spreadsheet, access to be able to choose a hauling contract, can I, you know, stack them? Or can I only select one contract? Now my gut tells me, listen, just select one contract. I can always build something into the algorithms or the scripts that are running behind this to say, hey, listen, we've got multiple holding jobs available on the board. You know, it's up to you whether you choose 1, 2, or 3 contracts, and I can make that like a 5% chance of that, you know, appearing. But for the moment, we'll just leave it at the 1. We'll just leave it at the 1. So let's go organize our freight and get on out of here. The 87 SCU of 10 down to Tisa Spaceport. Star Citizen is a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, so Argo Hurston, the Ginger King, everyone's favorite bogan. He lives in a world of misery. And, you know, difficulty. let's head on back to the hangar. The ship hasn't been despawned, which it kind of looks like it has been. Oh, no, it hasn't. We might make some adjustments to the ship. So bring it a bit closer to the freight. We'll have to get back aboard, get our max lift. Make it a bit easier to get all the freight on board. So at least we're going to earn 6 reputation points. And it's going to be a slow grind towards completing enough missions and earning enough guild rep to be able to level up our guild rank so that we can start. I think the maximum we can earn is 80%. The guild will always take a minimum of 20%. Tin. I might play with those tables a little bit to sort of get it to the point where, you know, the guild will take 5%. Like if you become a guild master, then the guild will only take 5%, but you will always lose a portion of your takings to the guild. All right, let's move the ship a little closer, and we'll get our max lift because that'll be a bit easy to use. Than the little handheld multi-tool. All right, so we need to just before I forget, let's add some notes in here. Playtesting notes. 27th of October. Add weighting various Moby glass mission types according to the location of where that mission was checked. I.e., if checking for tasks a cargo deck, there is a higher chance of finding hauling contracts. What about the Rafts tractor? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We could give that a shot. That's getting proper professional. All right, let's move the ship over here. What about the Rafts tractor? Yes, it's a great idea. Let's go. Now there is a ladder around the place somewhere. I think it's in here. Go upstairs. There we go. The tractor station is all the way at the back here. Use the support station. Power it on. Into the turret. How much of a disaster is this going to be? Okay, so it's kind of got a lazy mouse sort of action. Right, this is going to take a bit of time to get used to. But the more I use it, the more I'll get used to it. Let's go. That's what this is here for. Guess we don't need to be too neat about this. We got plenty of storage space available. No! Wonder if I can set my sticks up for this. Press Q. Ship tractors have 3 modes. Okay, so the Q gets rid of the lazy mouse. Certainly makes things a little bit easier. Thank you, that's very helpful. And during the previous event, I loved watching all the videos with the box man, whatever his name was. Like Atlas Man or whatever. Come on, Crouchy. That guy had some serious skills with a tractor beam in this ship, man. Alright, that's all we need. Didn't even have to leave the ship. Love it. Who suggested that? Exotic Jazz, let's go. Dang, I hope the goods in the crates is in a stasis field, otherwise contents may have shifted in shipping. Nah, it'll be fine. It's now magnetized to the grid. In those mag crates. Alright, back down to Tisa Spaceport. Oh, you know what we haven't done? These guys at Everest Harbour would have charged me some landing fees to land here at Everest Harbour. Because I don't think I've unlocked what does this mean? Again, I've built in or tried to build in. I've tried to build in and will continue to add to it. You know, loads of different sorts of money sinks to the game. So that, you know, you'll always earn something, but you'll always pay something. Which I think makes the gameplay a little bit more interesting than, you know, constantly just grinding money to buy more ships. Sometimes you need to grind money to pay for your expenses, which I think makes the game far more interesting. Because as I said before, the game doesn't really have a purpose. And the only reason to collect money or to do missions to get credits is to buy more ships. And then those ships allow you to unlock different sorts of gameplay opportunities. For example, I can't really go bounty hunting in a raft because I'll get destroyed. I need a proper dedicated fighter for that sort of stuff. I mean, I could try. There's nothing to stop me from trying. And I'm sure that there'd be some people out there who are quite good at dogfighting in a raft. Is my scanner not working? Doesn't appear to be so. Yeah, you're sitting on 67 million and nothing to buy. Yeah, exactly. Why does my scanner not work? Annoying. Fun fact, the Zeus CL lets you fly and use the tractor in the co-pilot seat so you can load or unload super fast. Yeah, the Zeus CL is a nice ship. I was thinking about getting the Zeus CL. Argo didn't quite have enough money. I'd have to sling him some coin from my main account. And then I thought, look, let's just do it naturally. I mean, he earned all this money from the previous event, which we kind of, you know, fudged anyway. That kind of wouldn't have been too bad just to fudge a few more million. Need to rebind my VTOL keybind. Alright, we don't have to pay landing fees here at Lawville because this is Argo's home. You got the Hurston and Crusader paints for it, so you're bummed you didn't get the Microtech one as well. Super sexy. Alright, let's get all this cargo squared away. Let's enter the turret. It's cute. Oh, it doesn't remember your previous setting. It's a bit annoying. So that's something to remember. I'm going to have to press Q each time I get in the turret. Something to get used to. How I can speed up the turret speed or the turret rotation. So I can flick the mouse and the turret spins about. Sure there's something for it. I think if I set up my sticks it'll be a little bit more interesting, a bit easier. Just pooed out a whole bunch of 8 SCU boxes, did you, Rhino? Quite enjoying this. Just very low key and chill. And the turret, the tractor beam placement on this is quite nice. It's going to take me quite a few hours to become properly proficient and smooth with my operations. That should be everything, right? Looks like it. Let's go hand in this quest. Here's the elevator. components. Engineering. I thought the elevator came all the way up here. Hmm? These are all components. This. The engine room. Okay. That's the avionics. Elevator. So the elevator is in the engine room. Good to know, Crouchy. Good to know. Let's exit the ship. Let's go. What was somebody saying before? Was it Moon Masher? It's 15% of the rep per run. Is that for the chain? Yes, there is a chain of quests you can do that is collecting, dropping 3 different cargoes to 3 places and bring waste back to Everest. Means you can get 3 done at the same time. It's 15% of the rep per run. Okay. Okay. Why is the quest not updated? Did the contract not update? Do I have to now submit this? Same thing happened to you, did it, Moonsha? That's frustrating because the... Yeah, okay, so it recognized the cargo, it accepted it. I did see someone talking about this in the global chat the other day, and he said it took like 5 minutes or so for it to update the quest. If it doesn't update, then submit it. If I submit it, I may or may not get paid. Let's have a look. 1,634 or 1,634,000 credits. Let's do as you're told. Alright, let's submit this. Submitty, no worky. Submitty, no worky. Alright, let's have a look here in our activity log. We need to go to expenses. 56,000 is what we're getting paid. So we need to log an expense for the guild fee. Pay that here at Lawville. Log that. The guild fee is 33,600. Man, we need to pay 40 grand. 40,100 credits. No submitting. Now I did, like I said, see someone talking about this in the global chat, and they said after 10 minutes or so it updated. So we'll just leave that as it is. We've submitted the cargo, or sent it down into the warehouse. The warehouse recognized that we delivered it. Now we just need the bloody pencil pushers to organize our payment, which may or may not happen. All right.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Oh no!
GoSween156 is now
Don't
following
do it.
on Twitch.
It's
Welcome
not going to be
to
worth
After
it.
Dark.
Oswim, thank you so much, mate, for the follow. Now here lies a question, right? We've already checked here at Lawville the 5 different locations for the missions. Nobody had anything. We went up to Everest Harbour. We checked a couple of locations. The guys at the Easy Hub gave us this hauling contract to bring brought us back down to Lawville here, Tisa Spaceport. Can we now go running around in Lawville and check those mission givers again to see if there's more missions? Has enough time elapsed? Or do we need to go off somewhere else and check somewhere else before we can come back to Lawville to check again? Now, I did write in my little rules to myself here under missions. Arriving at a location, checking for missions, leaving if none are available, and returning in a short time to check again is discouraged. So maybe I'll add in that you've got to visit 3 other locations before you can cycle back to Lawville. So for example, I went from Lawville, I'll go up to Everest Harbour, and then from Everest Harbour, maybe I'll go down to, what other locations do I discovered? Not many. We could go to Edmund, check at Edmund. Started at Lawville, we went up to Everett Harbour, go to Edmund and check there. We don't have the location for any other outposts. Lowdown's not going to give us anything. Finding this sand cave is going to be problematic. I guess we could go over to the distribution center. Does anyone know, can you fly now to distribution centers? Because when they were first introduced, you couldn't fly to a distribution. Okay. Couldn't fly to a distribution center unless you had a contract. Then for a couple of patches, you could fly to a distribution center whenever you wanted. Now I'm not 100% so sure. Anyway, let's go over to Edmund and we'll have a look and see what's available at Edmund. Depends on the allegiance. There's contested criminal round 1s now, which are also PvP hotspots because everyone wants to farm the new armor. At the distribution centers? I'm not talking about the new ASD locations, I'm talking about the Covalax distribution centers. Here on Hurston they're called the HDPCs or something like that. Alright, let's head on over to Edmund. It's a known location. Yeah, Dupre. But I'm not talking about Dupre. I'm talking about Casillo. Yeah, Dupre is one of the new criminal ones that is notorious for PvP. Yeah, not Dupre. There's a couple of them. Sansamura, something like that. I can't quite remember. Actually, we can have a look. Here we go. Sakura-san Magnolia Work Center. Let's have a look. Distribution centers, hey? Distribution centers. So I don't have any of the new ones. I don't have any of the new locations in this sheet at the moment. It hasn't been updated with all the new patch. Dupre is not a thing anymore. Why do you say that, Rhino? Because it specifically mentions that in some of the contracts. These ones. Dupre Industrial Manufacturing Facility on Hurston. Oh, it's not a hotspot anymore. The court run ones are safe, you think? Gone to them before without a contract and get shot at. Okay, yeah, cool. Oh no, they're closing the hangar. Open the hangar. Let me be free. Free to explore. Want to look around and find me some more contracts to do. To earn me some cash. But the guild will steal from me. Alright, let's head on out of here. Get ourselves into some navigation mode. Quantum travel engaged. Set a course for Edmund.
The star map is being updated, sir.
We'll head on out to Hurston Dynamics mining site, Edmund. Mining site? What does HDMS stand for? Hurston Dynamics Mining Services. Hurston Dynamics Mining Surveyors. Hurston Dynamics Mining Site. It's going to be night time here. That's alright. Still wants us to deliver the shipment. Your navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
Oh, let's clear that contract. Untrack it. Maybe we'll try and submit it. Submitty worky. Set a course for Edmund.
Acknowledged.
Right. The previous patch Dupre was popular because people duped the hauling contracts that sent you there, and the AA turrets were bugged. Now the contracts are gone and turrets shred ships once more. They're pretty brutal, the turrets. They're pretty brutal. We'll duck down to Edmund. We'll have a quick scout around and see if there's any loot. Anything that we can find will be good for us. At this point, the guild's not taxing anything that I discover. I don't think they've realized that I'm independently looting stuff at this stage. That might change in the future. But right now, anything that I loot and sell, I get 100% of that cash buck dollary dues. Plus we can check to see if there's any more tasks. Maybe we'll see if we can pick up a mission or two. In fact, there's only one opportunity. We either look for another mission or another task, or we check for a mission. At these outposts, there's always an admin building. Why does my scanner in this ship not work? Do I not have a radar? Power management saying... point into the... What mode are we in? Why do I have guns? Life support. Okay, so our radar's now working. Okay. Yeah, we only have one opportunity because at these outposts there's always an admin office, which is the only place that we can really check for contracts. Because there's nobody else at these... Oh, so I forget how big this ship is. Because there's nobody really at these locations. So we get one opportunity to check for either a mission, which is basically a fetch and retrieve type contract, which is why, you know, I enjoy doing these loot runs, because everything we find... Actually, I'm going to need a backpack. Let's get changed. Because everything I find at these locations I generally take, because you never know when they're going to come in handy for the types of missions, which are always, you know, find, retrieve, and deliver sort of tasks, missions, quests, thingamabobs. Or we could have a look for a task, which is a Moby Glass mission. Which, as I mentioned, I want to add some weighting to my scripts. Right now, the logic basically says, is there something available, yes or no? If there is something available, randomly select from these, 8 different options? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, this might need to be updated because these were all sort of loosely associated with the Moby Glass contracts, which have changed slightly a little bit, but perhaps maybe not enough to be too concerned about it. I know that under Bounty Hunter previously, or now, they've split the Bounty Hunter up into PvP missions and Bounty Hunter missions. They're in their own separate categories. Let's get out of the rain before we catch a cold. Maybe there'll be a drink in here we can find. Let's go Argo. It's got that little waddle trot on. Let's get some full movement. It's raining. Magnolia is good for LL scopes up in the maintenance ducts around the office area. Yeah, the maintenance ducts are great places to go searching around for stuff. As you learnt the hard way, the Apollo can fly into a hostile distribution center and survive if you park in a specific area. But it did not survive the attempt to fly away. That's always the hardest part, is getting out. Alright, let's have a look and see what's in here, hey? Let's grab all of this. Right, mission or task? Mission or task? Activity log. This has been completed. So we now earn 6 reputation points for that. It's been done. Let's check out player profile. This has been done, so we should have earned 6 reputation points, which I don't think are updated. Oh, at Everest Harbour. Okay, so maybe it did update and I just didn't. Well, I can't have, because if we've earned 13 and spent 10 reputation points at Everest Harbour, why do we only have 3 available? I don't think it's updated this field properly. Testing notes. All right, so we are where the hell is it? Edmund. Here we go. Tasks or missions? What should we look for? What do we want to earn? More reputation, which we can use. Oh, dear Lord, what's happening?
We have an emergency, Commander. Raiders are preparing to board.
It's not going to be
Quick,
worth it.
hide but pimp dams.
Hide
Twitch
them
is
all.
being raided by Mel12345. They've brought 9 raiders for our goodies. Welcome to the stream, folks. Welcome to After Dark.
Welcome to this ridiculous madness, Mel. 12345. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for bringing your community in here to After Dark. My name is obviously Crouch. We're messing about tonight in Star Citizen with my own custom hardcore rules called a Life Uncharted. It's basically Star Citizen by spreadsheet. So there's a whole bunch of rules and restrictions on how I can play the game with our character here, Mr. Argo Hurston, everyone's favorite bogan, the Ginger King. Let's get him into the light so we can see his magnificent mullet. Look at this Ginger King. What a legend. So these rules, A Life Uncharted, is a very specific way in which I play the game with this character. Mel, no worries, mate. You know, we all raid and run. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good time playing tonight and hope you had a good stream. Thanks for dropping your folks in here. I really appreciate it, mate. So we're playing A Life Uncharted. We're basically down here at Edmund, trying to find an opportunity to do some sort of mission or some sort of task. One of the big rules of A Life Uncharted is I can't use the Moby Glass whenever I want. I have to travel around and, you know, talk to people to see if there's any missions available. So we've arrived here at Edmund. I'm going to check if there's any missions or tasks. Missions are basically, you know, find a bunch of stuff and bring it back to me sort of missions. And tasks are, you know, Moby Glass contracts. I should probably rename this. Are there any contracts available? And the guild contracts isn't working at the moment, but this is basically sandbox sort of activity for commodity trading or salvaging or, you know, rock mining or prospecting. But for some reason my script isn't working properly. I mean, it brings up this form, but it's not logging it properly for some reason. It's not working properly. I need to fix that. I should put that in the playtesting notes. Fix the guild contracts form. Anyway, so I'm trying to decide whether I should look for a find and retrieve sort of mission, which will earn me both guild reputation points, AUSC, and some reputation in this local area, or if I look for any tasks, which are Moby Glass missions. Moby Glass missions don't give me guild credits, and the only reason I want guild credits is because whenever I earn money, the guild associated with this contract, for example, we've just done a hauling contract, they're going to take 60% of this contract value, 56%. So you can see under my expenses here, I need to pay $33,600 to the guild for the honor of taking that hauling contract. So I can understand it's not everyone's preferred way to play the game, but for me, it certainly makes the game way more interesting. It slows everything down. It makes everything way more meaningful. And for me, with this character, it's certainly much, much more enjoyable than my whale account where I've got every ship I need and there's no reason to do anything. On this account where he's only got a handful of ships, actually he's just bought this Argo raft, been cruising around in a cutter Rambler for ages. Everything becomes important. Let's see. Missions kind of rely on me adventuring around and just collecting random stuff. Let's check, is there any available? No, nothing. Upper management's got all contracts frozen while they sort out paperwork. Typical bureaucrats. Okay, so there's nothing available here at Edmund anyway. We'll finish our little run around. See what we can find. From a loot perspective, anything that we can find that might be lootable or usable will be of benefit to us. Especially if it's armor or stuff like that we can always sell. The guild's not going to take any of that from us at this stage. But any random stuff we find, multi-tools, you know, anything, they all come up in these in the missions. Here's the mission list. So, you know, all of this sort of stuff we need to find. You know, gems, warm jackets, gloves, Cambio SRT batteries, protein sticks, Aussie Grazer eggs, shotgun ammunition, you know, or everything in here. Sunset berries. Wow, this is a monster contract. 10 guild credits. What is this? It's a mega bulk commodity contract. A massive shipment of mixed harvest bulls required for new Babbage processing center. What do we have to find? 4 Amioshi Plague, 4 Proto, 4 Sunset Berries, 4 Degnius Roots, 4 Pingala Seeds, 4 Blue Bilva, 4 Jumping Limes, and 4 Ranta Dung. It's a 4-pack. Heavy torso armor, a light helmet, 2 of them. So anything we can find while we're out looting is always going to be useful for Mr. Argo Hurston. Everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. They've gotten rid of the red loot boxes, have they? Because I found armor in one of these grey loot boxes before. And not previously, the last time that I played, which was quite some time ago, you only ever used to find armor and whatnot in the red loot boxes. I know that the loot boxes in the underground facilities and bunkers and stuff are different. You know what I truly missed? Golden Medmans. Oh, Golden Medmans. We had a mission for ages to try and find a bunch of Golden Medmans, and we just couldn't find them. And every time I'd come across a loot box, there was a little Golden Medman chant. Golden Medmans. Golden... No! Golden Medmans! Has this facility been updated yet? Where's the other one? There used to be 3 facilities here. One of them didn't have lights working for a while. Right, we need to drink one of those beverages in a minute. Might as well drink it now. No loot box in here. Some water would be nice, thank you very much. Oh, there's no bins here, is there? So we're going to have to take this with us. Otherwise, that's a finable offence for littering. I don't actually know if I've got, in the sheet at the moment, the list of fines. Expenses. I don't think I've got them in here. Oh, we need to add in here. This is for our ship insurance claims if we ever crash our ship, which is disastrous for Argo. Absolutely disastrous. Argo raft. So we need to find out how much these cost. And then I'll put these in here. We need to find out how much a Cutter Rambler costs. Let's go to Urkel. Because if Argo crashes a ship and destroys it, not only does he lose everything that he's got aboard that ship, as any player would normally lose anything that's aboard that ship, but he then, to claim that ship, needs to pay an insurance excess. And I'll show you how that works once we get some proper values in here. So let's have a look at the Argo. Argo aft is 3,543,000. 3,543,700. That's in the wrong spot. And the other ship that he owns is a Drake cutter. 740. Okay, so for example, if he crashed that raft and it was destroyed, the insurance excess at Lawville or the Argo raft is $42,500. 525 credits. Just because of that, you started hoarding any golden medments you find as a homage to Mr. Argo Hurston. That's amazing. So crashing a ship for Argo is incredibly bad because he doesn't earn money very quickly. Everything about Argo is slow and ponderous and difficult. Which is exactly the way that I'm really enjoying playing the game with this character. It makes everything I do way more meaningful. Now there should be another facility around. There's the little building for the hangars. There's the admin office in the little building next to it. But then there used to be like a habitation pod, which I think has been removed, right? So it used to be over here somewhere. Think you're going to quit playing for today, Rhino? Everyone is complaining about missions not completing or deleting themselves, ammo not reloading, and guns and other issues. Yeah, there's a huge amount of problems right now. Huge amount of problems. I don't think that other building actually exists anymore. I think somebody balked it, and instead of fixing it, they've just removed it. Oh no, here it is. Oh no, lights are still out. The lights are still out. I don't think there's going to be anything that's working. I don't have a helmet, so I can't see anything. I don't think there's going to be any loot boxes in here. I haven't seen any since these stopped working properly. Note to self. Don't come in this building without a helmet. It's Sunday, barely anyone at work, and the kiddies are playing. Lots of people are on. Alrighty. No contracts available at Edmund. Get out of here. Right, there's not too many other places we can go and have a look. Let's select them all. See what locations I've discovered. Not a lot. HDSF, Kieran we can't go to. I guess we could go to Casilo, the distribution center, and go have a look and see what's going on there. Let's... Oh, you know what I've just realized? There's no easy way for me to have a storage crate aboard this ship. It'll always have to be on the outside. Find ourselves a new suit, though. I need to get myself a little 1/8 SCU box, which I can use for my rubbish. Yeah, there's no way that I can bring like a little 1 SCU storage crate aboard this ship. Don't know if I can fit a 1 SCU storage crate on the elevator. I guess we could try. A half SCU crate should fit in the airlock section. A half SCU? I've seen a half SCU box. I've seen a 1/8 SCU box. And a 1 SCU box. But you meant the 1 to 2 SCU boxes? Oh, I don't think you'd fit a 2 SCU box on the elevator. Should fit in the airlock section. Through the airlock, you reckon? So we could try it. Probably got some boxes at Lawville I could check with. Two SCU will go through the airlock? Oh wow, okay. Oh, we'll give it a shot. Because it'd be nice to have a storage box aboard the ship to
Twitch is
put all the
broadcasting a
junk
new
in.
follower alert, sir.
Okay.
Johnny Kaput is now following on Twitch.
Johnny Kaput.
Welcome to After Dark.
Johnny Kaput. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you hanging out with me here as we bumble our way through a little bit of Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston, aboard his new Argo raft, which he's just purchased, his own ship. We've been cruising around in the Cutter Rambler, the good old Archie bunker, given to Argo by his ex-wife Amelia, an actual Hurston. Argo now has his own ship. Alright, so we could set a course for Casillo. See what's happening over there. Is it going to be daylight on that side of the planet? Of course it's not going to be. It's dark wherever I go. And we'll see what we can find there. We'll be able to do a little bit of looting. Sometimes I do get shot at by the guards in the lobby area. But I guess if we can not get shot by the guards, we could always check to see if there's any contracts available there. It's daylight! Stanton is shining on Casillo. This is a rare treat. A rare treat. Actually get to land somewhere in daylight. It's all coming up, Argo. Thank you, comment about turrets at the Corp distribution centers with a pinch of salt. I can't remember if you went there while the turrets were bugged or not. Well, the last time I went to a distribution center, you didn't have any issues landing. You know, when they were first introduced, unless you had a mission to come to these locations, you'd get shot at. Now, Argo has the cash buck dollary dues to throw a bit of caution to the wind. And in a raft, even with shields up, we don't stand much of a chance to actually get away. So let's take that caution and throw it to the wind. And see what happens. Uh-oh. Okay, so we're trespassing, but they're giving us a hangar. Which is interesting. So maybe we might get shot at by the guards. So we might need to be quick and stealthy. Used to always park on the executive landing pads Didn't even know they had landing pads. The hangar is nicer. At least I know my ship is safe in the hangar here. I can run in and out of the hangar to store any loot that I find. Alright. Only got our armor in our backpack. So if we do manage to find some other armor, we can equip that while we're down in the tunnels. There's pads on top of the main building that lead right into the lobby, and they also have a bunch of secret vent. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, that's right. Right. Now we don't have full armor on, so we're not going to be able to take a huge amount of shots from any guards that might be here. And we don't have a helmet, but you know, should be fine. Alright, let's go. I always get massively lost in these places. See what we can find, hey? Decon pens, flares are always useful to have.
Ah, shit! No!
Hey, a little bit. A little bit. Helmet right about now would be incredibly useful. Hello, work people. Oh shit! Fuck! Whoops. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Lost control of my fists. Oh shit. Hey, a grenade launcher. That's some good loot. I hope that guy's gonna be alright. I mean, we just knocked him out. That's all we did. Surely that can't have hurt too badly. Did I pass a box? Did I, Rhino? Who knows where that's gonna be. Atmospheric control and life support. Where we really need a torch. Uh-oh. Interesting. Sweet to be able to fiddle with things here. It'd be really nice, hopefully, when we get the ability to, you know, access facilities and turn turrets on and off. Perhaps when there's more engineering gameplay involved and we can mess with the fuses and relays and all that sort of stuff. Argo's streaming his adventures as an influencer side hustle, and now he's doing in real life streamer things. Let's go, Argo. What a hero. You turn lights and gravity up in some places would be good. Yeah. Okay, so we're outside now. Yeah, being able to mess about with all of that sort of stuff would make things way more interesting. For example, you know, underground facilities that have offensive turrets. You know, I'm not saying that the turret's calling people bad names and stuff. You know, not that type of offensive. But, you know, offensive turrets. Having someone, you know, infiltrate on foot and then disabling the turret so that you can bring a ship in. You know, that would be sweet. Oh, the game's frozen again. Don't know why my OBS does that. Disable the scene. Enable it. I don't know why it does that. It doesn't do it every stream, just sometimes. It's super, super weird. What's the time? It's 5. Alright, we get a little bit of time. Naff about. I need to get the ninja up for what? School? I think I was coming through this way. Turned around to go back through that middle section. A Wow Blaster Desperado toy pistol in red! No. It's got nothing that's lootable, hey. It's got some boots. Let's take his boots. Sucker. Brave rubber. Oh, a P6! Let's go! We'll keep that P6. The grenade launcher will sell. Golden Medmans. 4 of them. Hey, Golden Medmans. I've got quite a collection of those things now from previous adventures in these facilities. So if we do manage to pick up any contracts for Rayari, we should be able to hand in quite a few of them. Finish our little tour through here and then we'll go back the way we were going. Yeah, by the time you've walked around, stuff starts respawning. Yeah. You can spend a lot of time in this location. Hey! Alright. This is where we came in. Let's go back the way we were going. Sadly, I mean, it might be different now. I'm not 100% sure. But sadly, there's not more locations that have, you know, loot boxes. Morozov, SHI helmet pyrotechnic. Sick. Oh, now we got a light. Can I access both of these loot boxes? And far sight landslide, 8 times telescopic sight. That's nice. And what my P6 has on it. It's like an 8 times scope. We've got the weirdest mismatch of armor on. Put an LL scope on it. Let's have a look. Look at the weirdest mismatch of armor. Is this what you're calling the LL scope, the landslide? Telescopic optic 8 times. Aim time, no extra percentage. What is the P optic size 3? Yeah, so we can put that on here. Let's have a look. Put that on there. This doesn't say LL in the tooltip. A low light scope will specifically say low light, okay, in the name, and their low light mode is toggled with shift. Oh, really? Are they like a night vision scope, are they? That's pretty sweet. When do we get low light fucking helmets? So we can see at night time. What's going on here? Man, I'm gonna have to pay off that crime stat now. That's an expense I didn't really need. Much down here. Top floor. Production complex. So sadly, there's you want to go through the other door? Let's go. Sadly, there's not too many other places to go searching for loot that I'm aware of. outside of these sort of maintenance tunnels. The offices and stuff never seem to have anything in them. I mean, we'll go and check them out. Why not? Let's finish our sweep of the upstairs first. Electrical. No looty boxy. Yeah, being able to like use these medical stations and stuff. You know, being able to come to one of these medical stations and, you know, be able to extract some med gel and, you know, they could have a variable amount in them, kind of like the oxygen stations in Klesher. You could come check that and there might only be like 60 med gel in there. Okay, so it's not enough to create a med gel cylinder. Maybe it's enough to create a couple of med pens or something. Been in here. More flares, moxie pens. I think I would legitimately poo my pants if I heard a freaking opium here right now. Especially given I've got 2 sniper rifles and not a great deal of close combat sort of stuff. My shooting from the hip is not very good. Those guys will fire on me for sure. Currently trespassing. Don't seem too active at this point in time. MBO SRT. On the helmet you found used to be very valuable in the player market, could only be gotten from a specific contested zone boss, or as a super duper rare find in a Pyro Astro bases. Talking millions worth. Millions? Don't like those guys in there right now. Sure they don't like me. They seem to be stuck in their spawn closet. Check this one. Where's all this stuff? Whatever it is, I'll take it. It's going to be useful. Sure we checked all of these already. Right, back to the beginning. Time stat 1. What's that? 23,000? So far we've made no money. Lobby maintenance shaft 1. Let's head up to the lobby. Now, I've never found any loot boxes in these areas. Take us back down into the maintenance area. Hatch here somewhere. Mmm. No more attacking. Yeah, I don't think we can go any further into the facility. Lobby maintenance shaft. Nothing we can steal from them down here. Look at the map. Dog McNuts, my friend, how are you? McMutnuts. Mr. Timatama how art thou? I'm well, my friend, how are you? Hope you've been well. That'll take us back down into the pits where we just were. Security checkpoint 1. A bad idea. Bad idea. Yep. It's a terrible idea! I don't think we've got any med pens. We found heaps of different sorts of pens, but no med pens. How that door's open. Civvies. Shit. Get out! Let's get out! Put ourselves some loot. It's time to escape. Alright, we don't have a box aboard the ship to put loot at this stage. They're okay, been worse, but then I do live in the UK. Why couldn't my rallies been blood crims? I'd be where you are right now. Bloody criminals! Oh dear, what's happening here? Sentenced to transportation. No accessy the shippy. A potential server error? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Elevator bug's still around. Raft has an elevator bug, is it? Store and retrieve, you reckon, hey?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
It's unknown. It's not sitting on the pad.
Please visit us again.
I think because I parked it a little bit far forward. Has a situation. A disaster. It's a disaster. Has a major problem. So we're up to 40 grand's worth of expenses so far. Plus my crime stat, which I think is going to be somewhere around 27,000 or something. And then if I need to claim the ship, we also have another huge issue. Not to mention the stuff I've already got aboard the ship, which I don't really want to be losing. Can I move the ship back a little bit? I got anything stored in it? Of course, it's Argo, man. Argo's life is in that ship. Clothes, my armor, weapons. Can't just be claiming ships willy-nilly. What did we say it was? 45,000 or something to claim a ship? Let's have a look. Insurance excess. On a raft. Yeah, 42,525 credits to claim the ship. Got a problem. There's not going to be any boxes around here. Got to get up into there. Nothing. Like a deployable ladder here would be nice. You just click underneath here and it deploys a ladder. Climb up the ladder or platform so you can stand on it. Because whilst this says it's a docking collar, it can't dock to anything. At least not yet. It has a problem. It has a problem. Shouldn't have parked so far forward. Have landed so far forward, but then again, didn't know that the raft has an elevator issue. Bacon. You are needed. Stack all button, man. When are we gonna get a stack all button? Not that a stack all button's gonna do me any good right now. Is that a 16 times scope? Like that. What size is it? Size 3. Put that on my P6. This one. Whoa. That's a scope. And 8 times is good. That's 16. You had to duck out, CT, to be part of a live stream. What did I miss? Well, we've landed here at this distribution center. But the ship has decided to be troublesome. And won't let me back into it. And there's no way I can get back into it. Which is problematic. Apparently, the raft has some sort of elevator bug. Which is frustrating. Call another ship. It's a bug, so not part of the Argo loop. I wonder if I do call up the cutter, which shouldn't have anything in it because I haven't used it at all this patch, and this falls into the hangar, if it will get stored. Dog, have I tried to store and recall? I have, but I've got a feeling that because I've parked it, landed it so far forward, it's not being recognized as being on the pad. Because it doesn't recognize that it's sitting on the pad. If I leave the hangar, Raph doesn't realize it belongs to Argo. He still thinks he should be boarding the Archie. Yeah, call up the cutter and the raft will fall in. Let's hope so. If it comes back up, store the cutter and both will be stored. Well, we're kind of at the point where we need to try everything, so we'll give that a shot. This is when the guards are waiting outside the platform and get shot. I mean, at this stage, we're looking at claiming the ship anyway, so if it doesn't work and it gets destroyed or whatever,
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
we really
system.
haven't lost a lot. Alright, so we claimed the Rambler,
Your insurance claim has
good old
been
Archie
sent.
bunker.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Shall wait for a little bit. So yeah, there's some changes that I need to make to this. There's obviously a whole bunch of locations and whatnot that I need to add to all of the new ones. I'll do some looking in at some stage on how I can extract locations from the data files from the files. Because if I can find a way to extract that information, that data, it will make maintaining this system a lot easier. Now, obviously, there's a way to do it because obviously VerseGuide has a huge amount of information, and you know that's obviously been developed by some very intelligent people who understand all of that sort of stuff, which I do not. The insurances for when you destroy your ship. Are the insurances for whenever I need to claim it? So whenever I have to claim the ship, I need to make, pay an insurance excess. I said earlier the back end was balked. Yeah, it's pretty rough today. Yeah, you lost all your ICT hand-in items, and now all missions are not working. Yeah, it's pretty rough right now. It's pretty rough right now. Right, let's try and claim this Rambler.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I mean, technically I should have paid to claim that Rambler just then, but as Rhino says, we're in the middle of an issue.
Goodbye.
They just put up a message on the launcher, did they? When servers are rough, you do not go near Wicklow the Tickalo. Alright, here comes the Drake Cutter Rambler. Live services disruption, persistent universe. The team is currently investigating reports of missions and contracts being unavailable. Right, so the raft is still here. Now let's try and store the Cutter Rambler, like Rhino was saying.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Raft is unknown. Yeah,
Your
let's
vehicle
store
has
this.
been moved to our storage facility.
No reason to charge Argo for server issues. I don't know.
Please visit us
Did you
again.
know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
See, it may not store the raft because it doesn't know where it is. System. Seems to have disappeared. Let's have a look.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hey, the Argo raft. All right, let's retrieve it.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Sir, I have not seen you do the sippy of water in a long time. I just drank me some water. Granted, you've been playing Tarkov. I'd be so good at that game.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I don't know what it is, but I'd be so good at it. No one could play Tarkov like me. I'd be the best. I'd be so good. Is the ship upside down? No. It's like Star Citizen Bunkers. A looter shooter, but more scary. Yeah, I think we were talking about it, a couple of months ago. And I sort of said it was kind of like, sounded like it was like The Division. Alright, let's see what happens, hey? It's not working! It's working! Six o'clock of the AM. Alrighty. Now, the P6 I definitely want. The other multi-tool I think we'll keep. Didn't find any sort of pistol. Found some pretty funky armor. Well, let me have a proper look at this helmet, hey. Does kind of match the arms, at least from a color perspective. But we're gonna need a box. Extraction shooter. You die, you lose your shit, you dig? So we're gonna need a box to keep all of our loot in. Might be good time to call it a night, hey Rhino, you reckon? I'm not sure. Sure about that at all. Alright, we got a Cambio. We're gonna need a box. I wish there was another locker here too. We're trying our new suit. Those wide shoulders but tapered legs, like Metroid armor. Try our new suit on. Look at this fancy new suit. Let's get our new boots on too. Yes. Looking shiny, Argo. Looking shiny. Alright, let's get out of here. We're gonna have to sort out this crime stat. Okay, so the distribution centers. Let's just check if there was a mission available. I thought that there might be someone at the lobby, behind the lobby desk, but there wasn't. I went to investigate and then I saw that dude in the Artemix armor who then had a few shots at me. Activity log. Hugo needs a flight suit and flight helmet. HDPC Casillo. Any tasks available? Hey, it's a collection mission. Package went missing. Client wants it back in one piece. Details are in the contract. Hey, do I accept? Yes, please. Alright, let's have a look. What did Argo do? We accidentally punched somebody in an elevator. I kind of lost control of my fists for a little bit. Alright, collection mission. So these are the ones that we can do for Rayari. And Argo can do pretty much any of these 69k ones. Like 14 sunset berries, easy. Easy. We've got all cave copion horns, maybe not. Revenant pods, we've got revenant pods. Heart of the Woods, we've got Heart of the Woods. I don't have any of this stuff, which is, I think you get this stuff from the Hathor mining cave, laser cave thing, right? Alright, let's do these 10 Revenant pods. That is, of course, if the servers wish to play ball. But they may not want to play ball. No, they may not. Commander Alice, how are you, A7s? Just logged off for today yourself. How's my session been so far? Look, it's been Star Citizen, right? You know, we've had issues, we've had problems. We've had workarounds. We're currently in the middle of another problem. This mission's not being acceptable. Ooh, new suit, sir. We've got a big ship. Did you show it to her, sir? Did she want it, sir? Argo now has his own hauling ship, the Argo Raft. Here we go. It's just taking a bit of time. It's gone up from 10 Revenant pods to 12. It's that little bit of delay. So this is going to pay us 69,000. The Collection Guild. I really need to start doing some missions so I can work on the guild progression system. Because right now we're an initiate with all of the guilds. We haven't earned any guild credits, which we can only do by taking missions. So we're losing 60% of our income. So if we complete this mission, our expenses, it's going to be 69,000. The guild's going to take 41,400 off us. Brutal. That's the guild's cut. For the privilege of being able to do this mission, for the privilege of being offered the work, the guilds are going to take, the Collection Guild is going to take 60% off of me. We already have paying $33,600 to the Hauling Guild for this other contract that we completed. So, I mean, the guilds are making some pretty good money out of me. You were doing bunkers but couldn't get any contracts, so you were rock mining for the past hour. Ooh, bit of rock mining. All right, so all our Revenant pods are back at Lawville. And this mission will unlock the Rayari Inc. outpost on Yellow for us, which will be nice. Now, can we get out of here without being shot at? So we'll go to Lawville, we'll pick up our Revenant pods, we'll pay off our crime stat just so we don't have any issues. How is the raft faster than a gunship? Alright, looks like we have some freedom. Oh, nice, 69, dude. Alright, let's clear this. Let's head back to Orville, which is where we have all of our gear. Maybe, you know, there's a part of me that kind of regrets getting this raft. There's a part of me that says I should have just fudged it a little bit, you know, given Argo the extra 2 million that he needed to pick up the Zeus, because the Zeus would have been infinitely more usable. Still could have hauled a little bit of freight, not a huge amount, but you know, could have hauled a little bit of freight. Could have put a vehicle in there, plenty of spaces to keep some boxes, and really, you know, at some stage Argo is going to have to move out of Lawville, right? Because he's quit his job. He's quit. I mean, we didn't go through the backstory or Argo's current situation. We just sort of jumped in and just started playing around and seeing how the system worked. But Argo has had some changes, right? You know, he earned a huge amount of money delivering cargo during the previous event. He didn't do any of the shifts that he was supposed to do. You know, he's been fired, but you know, he says, listen, I'm my own man now. I've got money and I quit. But really, he got fired. So he's going to have to move out of Lawville, which means I'm going to have to take all of my stuff with me. And aboard the raft, I mean, we can get, you know, a 4 SCU box and just put it on the bottom of the raft. But that's not as nice as having, you know, the boxes inside the ship and being able to access them whenever he wants. And so he's going to have to, you know, get all of his stuff at some stage. And then we're sort of back to, you know, Argo living out of his ship. Everything that he owns is aboard the ship. And if we lose it, or there's, God forbid, some sort of bug that prevents him from being able to get access to the ship, we're going to lose it all. We're going to lose it all, and he's going to go back to, you know, poverty pretty quickly. Can't wait to have ship contents insured. Yeah, exactly. You have a nurse, a cyclone, a mule, 2 rocks in your C2. Paying to reset up if I die, but kept alive for 4 sessions so far. Yeah, it'd be real nice to be able to have a good, robust insurance system that says, you know, we've recognized that you have this, you know, either stored or aboard your ship. It's either in the various racks or the lockers or aboard your ship. Which of these items would you like to include in your insurance? And then you go through and tick, tick, tick. Because you might not want to insure protein bars and all that sort of stuff. And you go through and tick the ones that you want to insure. And I totally forgot to lodge here in the expenses. Landing fees for Casillo. And then the system says, okay, you know, according to what you've identified that you want to have insured, your premium. So, yeah, your premium is going to be X amount of dollars. And how often you pay that premium, I'm not sure, but it needs to be a regular ongoing expense. I mean, the game is badly in need of money sinks. And just see some jobs worth nose in the air. Well, because we deem you worthy, so you should be highly honored. He should be. Is he going to grab a fancy outfit when he moves somewhere nicer? He just got himself a fancy outfit. We're wearing our fancy outfit. He looks money. Nothing like going for a dog walk when it's pissing down. Until next time, sir, in a month or two. Slash, my friend, thank you so much, mate. I'll see you next time. Enjoy your walk. So it's going to be like someone in an RV with his whole life strapped in, on or under, like a nomad. Yeah. Yep. Living out of his ship. No, I don't want to go to the top deck. Until we buy storage rights somewhere, right? Because he's lost his job. He's been kicked out of Lawville. So he's not going to have, like, right now we don't have to pay any landing fees or anything like that because we're still paying a mortgage on our apartment. So our we get access to our hangar, we get access to storage here at Lawville, but when he moves out of Lawville, he's not going to have any of that anymore. So until we unlock storage facilities at Everest Harbor or another location or something, he's going to have to carry everything with him aboard his ship. Jazz, you want to decorate your Apollo interior with a bunch of stuff, since in lore my character is a former medic that lost his license, so he runs a black market clinic out of the Apollo. I love that idea. What are we doing here? We're going to need a backpack. Look at him. Look at him in his fancy new red suit. We've got to get some nice shoes. We've got to find some nice shoes. Alright, we need some Revenant pods, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to fit Revenant pods in jackets that have 400 micro SCU. It's not big enough to fit a water bottle. Back to the ship! When we get contents insurance, I'll have a great many plushies in the habitation area. I mean, even if the insurance, you know, you get your ship back and, you know, whatever you've insured, you know, let's say it fits in a 4 SCU crate or a 1 SCU crate or a whatever SCU crate, and you get the ship back and the crate is just attached to the grid with all your stuff in it. And you've got to go through and, you know, put it all back on the racks and, you know, put it away and all that sort of stuff. That I wouldn't mind, because, you know, the game's not going to know where it needs to put your plushies. You know, storing that level of detail would be a little intense. I'd be quite happy just to have a box. Here's all the stuff that you insured. Our people have organized it. Put it in a box aboard your ship. Thank you very much. All right, let's strip off. Let's get an undersuit on. Baku. Let's go get some Revenant pods. And we'll be able to finish up this mission here. Nice way to finish up Argo's little adventure. Season 3 of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. The ultimate space trucker living load to load. Yeah, exactly. It's actually been quite nice playing this. It's given me some of the ideas that we've written down in the playtesting notes, but okay, so Revenant pods, here we go. 12 of these. I think there's some aboard the ship as well, but 12 Revenant pods. Let's go deliver some Revenant pods. Yeah, it'd be quite nice just to cull back all of his stuff to you know, just the stuff he can carry around with him. It'd be really nice when we get the ability to have a storage facility somewhere. But like I said, you know, I'll build some rules into the system so that, you know, he can buy a storage facility, a storage locker at, you know, one of the space stations like Everest Harbor, or somewhere where you can store stuff. Okay, so let's derobe. Again, we can't fly in armor. Head on out. Oh, we haven't paid our crime stat. We might quickly do that. Might quickly clear our crime stat. Just so you know, it's we don't have a problem. We're gonna wear our fancy new duds into the spaceport. You think he needs a cleaner beard now that he's ever so slightly richer? He needs a longer beard. He needs a longer beard and longer hair. That's what he needs. You've been driving the mule or the cyclone to bunkers with boxes in for looting, hey Alice? It's a good idea. Does the box now snap to the cyclone? Does the cyclone have like a 1SCU grid that you can snap the 1SCU box, or does it still bounce around in the back? Oh, it snaps. Oh, very nice. That mullet business in front, party behind. Something for the ladies to hang on to. The Cyclone has had a 1SCU grid forever. I've never been able to, I haven't used the Cyclone for a long time, but the last time I tried to put a 1SCU box in it, it didn't have a grid. Or at least I didn't know how to use it. That was the case. Alright, so there used to be, just around the corner here, not anymore, it would seem. A terminal to pay your crime stat. Now inventory terminals there. Does that mean I need to go to the admin center? Actually, we've probably been gone long enough from Lawville to check if there's any missions and stuff. We do already have one.
Or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious and dangerous.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're in the little middle area, aren't they? That's right. You remember it snapping fine around the time you started in April last year? Yeah, I haven't used one for a long time, but 20 grand. Let's pay that. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go complete this mission. What's the time? 6:20. Alright, we've got enough time to get out to Yella, endure some sort of fuck up, and then, continue on to hopefully complete the mission. And then it'll be time for me to get the ninja up for school. But it's been super enjoyable. I always enjoy playing Argo's account way more than my main. Simply because, it's more interesting. Especially with the Life Uncharted rules. So sick of seeing bodies lying everywhere. I know it's a problem. It's disappointing. It's disappointing from the fact that, people do it because they can. And it's also disappointing from the fact that, CIG hasn't done something to, stop that so far. Or at least build something into the, the cleanup routines that says, if there's a body on the ground in a city and it belonged to a civilian and it's been there for more than 10 minutes, gobble it up. As you've not seen me in a while, how's the ninja and the family? Everybody is good, Mr. McMuttnuts. Everybody's good. Thank you for asking. The beginning of another week. Got to get the ninja up. School, I do the school runs on Mondays and Fridays, but I normally stay awake every day just so that I can see everybody in the morning before I head off to bed. I get to see everybody. I mean, it would be nice to finish work at 5, get home at 5:30 and just get straight into bed and then sort of be up at midday, 1 o'clock. But I'd rather stay up for a couple of hours, potter around the house, do a live stream, make some terrain, paint some miniatures, do something. and see Mrs. Crouch and the ninja before she heads off to work and the ninja heads off to school. And then sort of go to bed at 9:30 or so, 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then, you know, get up at 5, 6 o'clock. Have a couple of hours with them in the evening before I then head off to work. Because if I went to bed early and didn't see them in the morning, I'm still going to see them for the same amount of time in the afternoon. It's just that I'll get more of the afternoon before they get home to myself to nap about and do whatever I want. Which I guess would kind of be nice. Anyway, we'll see. There's a potential opportunity for me to move to the morning shift, which will be nice. 5 a.m. starts. But 1 o'clock in the afternoon finishes. Which means I can come home from work, nap about in the afternoon for a little bit while it's daylight and shops are open, and I can get some vitamin D. And then see everybody in the afternoon, have dinner together. Go to bed at a proper time, make sure that the ninja goes to bed at a proper time. Because my wife goes to bed quite early, and then the ninja just stays up for as long as she wants to stay up. So it's always a drama to wake her up in the morning. So if I worked that morning shift, then, you know, I'd be going to bed at, you know, 9 o'clock, 9, 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I don't know. Start work at 5, got to get up at 4. It gives me 4 hours. 6 hours takes me back to 10. Plus another 2 to make sure that I get 8 hours sleep. Takes me back to 8 p.m. So 9 o'clock, 9:30. Good time for me to go to bed. Good time for the ninja to go to bed. Read some stories, watch a movie together. She's such a book nerd, which is lovely. I love that. Every time we go shopping, she's like, bookstore! Like, darling, you've got like 40 books you haven't read yet. It's like, yeah, but you know, you can always get more books. And because I love books as well, we just get more books. Like, I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books, which I can't wait to get some bookshelves up and actually get all my books unpacked and stuff. And yeah, some more books. So it'll be real nice. Spend the evening together. Have dinner together properly. Go to bed, you know, same time. My wife teaches at the college just around the corner from the ninja's school. So it's quite convenient for her to take her to school in the morning. But not always convenient for her to pick her up because she teaches at a college. You know, quite often their classes can finish at 4:30, 5 o'clock, so it'd be much better for me to do the school run. Anyway, so there's that possibility to do a morning shift. And while I'm not a morning person, it's been quite nice when I've been doing late shifts or overtime helping out the morning crew. Like if I get overtime between 5 to 7, the sun's rising during that period. And it's real nice to go from darkness and then just see the sun rising, and you know, it's the beginning of a new day. The air changes, the airport changes, you know, it's real nice. So I've just got to get used to early mornings, but we'll see how we go. 5 a.m. starts, you're still up at 11 p.m. Sounds like she needs to go to bed early. She certainly does. But because my wife goes to bed quite early... Haro! Oh, that's deliver the shipment. Rayari Inc. Oh, where am I? Crusader. I've done this so many times. Around Hurston. And ended up flying down to Hurston to go looking around when I'm supposed to take the next quantum jump to Magda or something like that. Right, let's go. We're at Crusader, not Yellow. We're still got a distance to go. Here we go. There's Yellow. You were book mad as a kid too, were you, Dogs? About books. You haven't read a book in over 30 years, Rhino? I'm sorry for you, mate. So many wonderful adventures. Restricted area. For your safety, you've been relocated. Books are amazing. Alright, Crusader. We're in pirate area now. When you're at home, Emily, you like gaming? When you were working at sea, you would hate gaming and would rather watch series and read books, something I hate when I'm home. Audio books are good. Dogs, I like them. Can do them on the move, yeah, for sure. Have the attention span of a gnat, Rhino, so books are a no-no. You know, a lot depends on the book. You know, I've started reading more books than I've finished. But when you get a good book, what the fuck's going on here? Deliver 87 SU tinted Tisa spaceport. Oh, has the contract dropped out again? Did we lose the contract? Election, no, we're just tracking the... When you get a good book that you just can't put down, that's the best feeling. That's the best feeling. I remember when I was reading Game of Thrones, I don't know, 15 years ago or whenever, and I was down in Wollongong, which is down on the coast here in Victoria, and I was there to deliver some training to one of our clients, a group of their staff. And I can't remember which book the Red Wedding is in, but I was reading that one, and it was sort of, you know, training starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I'm up until like 2 o'clock reading, and I'm like, oh, can't put it down. And it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and the book's just so interesting. Then it's 5 o'clock, and I'm like, man, I've got to go to bed. And then, you know, it got to the point of the Red Wedding, and I read that bit, and I threw the book across the room, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Why am I even reading this? This is stupid. You know, why would they do this? I was so upset. And then I did the training and I went back to the hotel and I just sat back down and I was like, I've got to finish stupid Red Wedding. All right, what the fuck happens now? So much fun. And you know, you get to envisage the world in your own mind. You know, everybody sees characters differently. Everybody hears their voices differently. Everybody visualizes each of the characters differently. It's the, you know, you're all reading the same book, but you're all having your own independent adventure. Like Rhino says, I'd rather just watch a movie, TV series. That's fun, but everyone's just watching the same thing. When you're reading a book, hello, you know, my version of a character is going to be different from your version of a character, and you know, that's what makes it such a unique experience. Reading is fucking amazing. I love it. I finished earlier this year, sort of just before I went to the UK for my mum's funeral. I finished reading my sister's trilogy. It was so good. It took me ages to read the first book because I was reading parts of it to the ninja before bed. And, you know, she'd fall asleep after, you know, a dozen pages or whatever, and then I'd stop reading. And then we wouldn't read it again for weeks, and so I'd start again. And, oh, hang on, we might need a helmet. Where are we? Yellow. And then one night she fell asleep, and it was gotten to the point where I was like, I just want to keep reading. And so I finished the book while she was asleep in her room, sitting on the chair in her room. And then I was like, I've got to read the second book. And she was so upset. She's like, you finished reading the first one without me? And I was like, sorry, darling. And then I read the second book in like 2 days. Yeah, it was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. All right. Where the hell are we supposed to put these things? I'm assuming one of these freight elevators, right? We'll have a little scout around for some loot. Where is a freight elevator? You don't know if a book is good for you till you start reading it, and reviews are just bullshit. Well, I mean, that's the same with a TV show, man. Especially a series. You know, I've watched a lot of series where it can take 3-4 episodes to get into a series. And if you don't give it the 3 or 4 episodes, then you might have missed out on an amazing series. It's happened to me quite a few times where people have said, you really should watch this. And I watch the first 1, 2, maybe 3 episodes and I go, this is just, I just don't enjoy it. And then somebody else will say, you know, you should watch this, you should watch this. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll give it a chance. And then by the time you're 5 episodes in, your whole weekend's gone and you've just binged watched the first 2 seasons. Books are much the same. You've got to give... What the... You massive cunt. Books are much the same. You've got to give it the chance. You're a nerd, Emily, so you really like the EVE Online books, Vampire the Masquerade Law books, or Tom Clancy books. You also like reading technical manuals. Sell from the backpack, hey? At the terminal inside the admin space. We'll have to try that next time. Used to have the street light shine direct onto your pillow. So the time I fell asleep in a book was insane. This is a little bit disappointing. Okay, so it looks like we lost all of those Revenant pods. We sell from the backpack in the admin office, do we? We shall do that next time. Let's have a little bit of a scout around and see what we can find. And I remember when I first started playing Star Citizen and ArcCorp was my home base, and so I spent all my time on Walla and Lyria. And, you know, no low gravity, right? So you'd be bouncing around just like you were in space. And after I've been playing for a little while and I went to Lawville, where there's an atmosphere and stuff, I was just so totally not used to being able to just bounce around like this and you know, run up and bounce onto these platforms and stuff. What you usually do for small items, Jazz, is put them into storage at the inventory terminal. Good idea. There's no inventory terminal at these locations. Then pull them up on the freight elevator and send them back down. Yeah, there's no inventory terminals here, which is a bit disappointing. That's alright, so we lost all those Revenant pods, so we'll have to go back and get more, but... Amiyoshi Plague... I guess we'll take all this stuff. It'll come in handy for the food-related delivery missions. Hopefully. All of those items are in the mission table, so they can be generated for the different missions that pop up. So we might as well take them with us. You never managed to get into, what's that medieval series that was all the rage a couple of years ago? Something with winter coming. Game of Thrones. That's what I was talking about, the Game of Thrones books by George R.R. Martin. I watched my watch for 2.5 episodes before I figured out that if you're watching how much time is left more than the episode, you better stop. Have they still not added inventory kiosks to Stanton outposts? No. All the pyro ones have them. Yeah, you know. All the new places get the best love. Yeah, the book series called Song of Ice and Fire. Oh, hang on. It's covered up by more books. You know when you get to the point where your bookshelf has like 2 rows of books, and so you've got a row of books behind a row of books, so you never know what books are behind in the second row because you can't see them. That's where my Game of Thrones books are. I had to rebuy the box set because I lent them all to friends and they all just slowly disappeared, and I don't know who I lent them to, and you know, I only had 2 of the set left, and so I was like, I'm just going to buy myself a new set. Never read any of them. Just wanted to have the set again. I guess we can check this guy for missions. Where the hell are we right now? With Deacon's Research Outpost, yeah? Locations. Let's have a look for Deacons. What? How can I not be in here? Hang on, there we go, select all. Deacon's Research Outpost. It says being discovered. What I might do is I might check here, see if this guy's got any... Okay, thank you so much. I'll see if this guy's got any missions available. I don't really want to take a new task right now. But now... Why has this not updated? Why has this not updated? Locations. Discovered equals yes. Activity. What the... Should be in this list. Why is it not working? Have to use a box. Yeah, if there's no terminal, put them in an SCU crate, send down. Yeah, but I don't have any SCU crates. We've got to get some aboard the ship. Got to get some SCU crates, some 1/8 SCU crates. You have the full set of Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice, and the difference between the movies series and the books is insane. Yeah, books are always way more interesting than the movies, right? Because in movies, they've got to condense everything. Like in the Game of Thrones books, there's so much that happens that's just not in the series at all. So many other characters and story arcs and things going on. You know, you can really get lost in books. Because, you know, they're constrained, right, by budget, by time. There's only so much that they can put into a movie. This is the little pads here. Terry Pratchett's one of your favorite obsessions? My sisters used to love Terry Pratchett novels. Loved them. My older sister still does. Do I ever read interactive books? No, not lately. The last interactive books I would have read would have been the fighting fantasy books by Ian Livingstone when I was much, much younger. If I don't read the book, then you wouldn't know the difference? Of course not. But, you know, I'm just saying that books have inherently, because they can be as long as they want, right? Way more detail than TV shows. And you know, that's goes without saying, right? Every series I've watched has been like that. Okay, getting confused with our buildings here. All right, so we've done the landing pad. We did that building. That looks like the Rayari office. This is the admin office. And there's the pads. All right, so we've done all the buildings. Used to read those as a kid. Yeah, choose your own story. Yeah, they were great. Yeah, that was sort of my introduction to, you know, role playing and D&D, and because they had like the second series of I think it was called Advanced Fighting Fantasy, where you'd actually roll up a character, and then as you read through the story and your character got involved in fights and stuff, then you'd have, you know, your own custom character. I don't think there's anything in these buildings to loot. I've never seen anything. Yeah, that was so much fun. You even made a game like an interactive book on computer using basic programming. Yeah, I remember when I was in primary school, I think year 7, we learned how to, I don't know what program it would have been written in, but make our own text-based adventures, like choose your own adventure story. They were great fun. All right, I don't think there's anything here. We've lost all the Revenant pods that we came with. Totally unprepared for the mission. We need boxes, we need crates. Yeah, all these outposts on Stanton need to be upgraded with hangars that you can store a ship in. You know, I was just thinking I should have landed on the pad so I could store the ship and retrieve it in case there was a problem. But the hangars don't work. The pads don't work like that here. There's no hangars. So every location needs to have a hangar where you can store your ship. Every location needs to have access to, you know, a local inventory for this sort of purpose, for transferring things around. Whether you're allowed to store things there or not can be simply just a matter of... This is why I like this rule set, right? If, for example, you came to this location and you stored stuff in the local inventory, and it gave you a little message saying, you know, you don't have, you know, the rights to store stuff here permanently. When you leave this location, anything you've put in storage here will be, you know, destroyed. Would you like to purchase, you know, storage rights at this location? Yes. How long do you want to purchase it for? 1 day, 7, like a rental, 1 day, 7 days, or infinite. And the infinite might cost you, you know, 1.2 million or something. I really hope we get to that sort of level of gameplay, because that then gives you gameplay. You know, I'm grinding through to earn money so I can unlock this facility, this ability, this capability, etc. I want to be able to use the medical facilities. Like, being able to use medical facilities for free right now is just, it's so crazy to me that, you know, you might, the default cost to use a medical facility might be 50 grand. If you have a membership at that location, it might cost you 15. All those sorts of things. That's the game within the game that I quite often talk about and can never articulate. And so you might say, listen, I just want to float around Hurston and just buy up everything in that area because that's where I always am. Or, I want to be a nomad, but, I want to have a storage facility here and then this thing out in Pyro and this thing in Nyx and this thing over here. And all right, one last check at the backpack just to see if these things have miraculously reappeared. They have not. All right, let's store all... this is the locker. All right, so we need boxes aboard the ship. I think Rhino and somebody else said that we could get 2 SCU boxes in through the airlock. Let me just have a look at the airlock. I can take my helmet off. There's no need to worry at this point in time because engineering's not a thing. If I open this airlock, nothing is going to happen. So a 2 SCU box through this airlock, hey? Oh yeah, I can see. Yeah, you'll get a 2 SCU box through there for sure. 2 SCU box through there. I don't know if I'll get it through this door, maybe. But a 2 SCU box in here to store loot and stuff. Your last ship was regular slow crossings over the Atlantic. Very boring, just black sea and black skies. So you finished a couple of interactive books during your watch to them. This is so good. Alright, let's stick on our fancy new suit. Probably have something to drink. Let's have this bottle of... we know the location for Seraphim Station, so we could probably cruise up to Seraphim Station. That'd be a good place. There'll be a cargo deck there where we can get ourselves some boxes and stuff. I know I've got some back at Lawville, but specifically 1/8 SU boxes I know I don't have at Lawville. So that'll be good to get. I want a rubbish bin. What about us poor Brits who are used to the shitty NHS? I don't know what that was in reference to. My bad. Alright. Because a 1/8 SCU box would be perfect for dropping down things like those Revenant pods and completing those Rayari missions. So here's a question, right? Am I in SCM mode? Yeah, let's jump into nav mode. Here's a question, right? So we're going to finish up shortly. But I still have this collection contract for Rayari, which is still active. I haven't finished it. It's still active in my quest log. I could go back to Lawville, get more Revenant pods, come back, complete the mission, but I'm kind of run out of time. So my question here is, if I have a contract in my activity log here in the Life Uncharted spreadsheet, and I log off and I don't complete this, when I log back onto this character, can I then go into the contract, the Moby Glass contracts, and select this same contract, i.e. in this case it's a delivery mission for Rayari worth 69k. It could be the same mission, i.e. the Revenant pods or, Golden Redmonds or something else, as long as the mission is the same, the guild affiliation, the collection mission, and the money is the same. Can I then leave this in the activity log here? Next time we log in with Argo, we can go straight into the contract manager, accept this contract, and then go through and complete it. Does that sound reasonable? Or at this point, given I'm logging off, we're going to lose this contract. Does this then get updated to being abandoned or failed? That is my question. that asteroid belt. We's in space. Gonna wait until we stop moving a little bit. Otherwise I know I'm gonna fall over and we'll get turfed out of the ship. So I'm gonna say, from a game perspective, if I've got something in my activity log, because I can't see anything in the chat here, if I've got something in the activity log, then at the beginning of the next session, I can go into the mobiGlas, re-accept those missions, and basically continue from, you know, where I had finished, so to speak. Obviously, you can't see anything out of the window when you've got cargo back there, but it's nice to have a window. Nice to have a window, especially with yellow there in the background. Look at that. Oh, holy craptaculations. It's been so much fun. I really appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with me tonight, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you for the 5 likes for a mixed session tonight, a little bit of combat, but then a way more enjoyable session of a Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. Oh boy. Let's finish this up. Alright, I think the next session is going to have to continue on here. Got some notes, we'll see how much I can actually play with the system. What I can add to it, what I need to change. But I'm loving this. I forgot how much fun a Life Uncharted is. Need to get the missions and the guild reputation into a little bit more playtesting, because there really hasn't been too much of it. I think the missions are too complicated at this stage. I think there needs to be a whole bunch of much more easier missions. A lot of them now are multi-component missions. Get this, get this, get this, get that. So they can be quite difficult to complete. I think I just need to add, 100 very simple missions. Bring 5 med pens. Bring, a sandwich. There are some of those, but not very many. And they might only earn you 2 guild points or something like that. Anyway, there's work to be done on a Life Uncharted. I've had a huge amount of fun. Thank you for chilling out with me tonight. I really appreciate, very active chat. I'm glad to see that so many people are well. And I shall catch everybody soon. We'll see how we go. Soon. Stay up. Beep.